Good evening, visitors. Welcome to the library. Today was a day off for me. Lucky me. That made Sid quite happy. We got up in the morning for reasons. I don't remember those reasons. I don't remember the morning. When did I get up? We had to go somewhere right away. Oh yeah, Volana and I went to see a lawyer today to get some things into order. Just regular normal things, nothing alarming. After which, we came home, had like a brunch. I like banana and peanut butter toast, especially on like cinnamon raisin toast. It's good. It's good stuff. Then we played Helldivers for a little while, and then after I was going to get to that, only guess not in order, I suppose. Then I went and I have had a 2 doses of 2 different vaccines that I put in my arm. We have measles showing up in our town in the last little while. I think many places have seen it, actually. And so it was important to do that. I have my 2nd dose now, so I'm all up to date. And I've started not tuberculosis, tetanus, my tetanus shot. That's a combination with some other things too. So that's the first of 3. We're going to go back in March 2nd, and then the third one is like 5 or 6 months from then, something like that. They'll let us know when that happens. Yeah. So it's been a pokey day. My arm's a tad sore, but it is not a major issue. Yeah. Last time we played, what did we play? Oh yeah, I downloaded the public test server for Space Marine 2, and I tried out the Tech Marine. And there were a few bugs, few problems in the test server, which sort of got me a little moody at one point there. But 3 weeks from now, I will be measles safe. Well, like I'm measles safe now. I'm like 80% safe. I'd be like 92% safe in a few weeks. Yeah. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. And yeah, so the Tech Marine class in Space Marine 2, fun. I'm a little disappointed by a few things. Not that I didn't know they were going to happen. I knew you wouldn't be able to move the tarantula turrets around. I would love to be able to deploy that where I wish to have it. They're in a few spots that are kind of like you get to those spots after you finish the fighting. So in order to activate them, now you have to run through the fight to get to them, which is dangerous. Like you're going to lose armor and health, and if it's a big swarm, the tarantula turrets are insanely helpful, but that means you can't get to it. If it's a tiny swarm, you're going to kill them accidentally before you get there, and there will be nothing for them to do. So it'll be a matter of turning them on for ordeals or something. Sage, go to bed. What are you doing up, brother? Welcome to my stream, friend. I hope you're going to be well rested for tomorrow. I know it's quite late for you. Insanely late. I was just complaining. Well, not complaining, just talking about the Tech Marine. I don't know if you've been in the public test server or not. You had some pain. Oh, fair enough. I hope that manages to pass. I wish it would manage to pass. It's kind of probably a better way of putting that. Why does my eye look like it's closed all the time? Pull my eyelids apart. Okay, camera, how do you like them apples? Maybe what I'll do is this camera a little to the left. I always sit a little to the left of center in my setup here. It's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. Winking at chat when you have a wife, for shame. Yeah, look at you chatting at my wife every time we're in someone's chat. I don't want to hear that crap from you. Probably hugs lifeless. Carefully hugs Valena. That makes a lot of sense right now. Yeah, careful there. Careful. Don't jostle the nether regions. Yeah. So Yeah, I wish the tarantula. Well, one, it needs a damage nerf. Like that's definitely not going to make it into the public, into like production. It needs a damage nerf, but man, opportunity lost. I think that thing shouldn't be fixed to the ground. You should be able to carry it around. I don't care if it's if that's lore accurate or not. Those things are tiny compared to your power armor. Pick it up, carry it around. I don't care if you have to like give up your primary while you're doing that or something, or if it uses your ammunition. I'm happy for all that. It's awesome to have a little buddy along to do your to help you out. What type of hug do you think I'm giving Valena? Well, clearly you're giving her a careful one, aren't you, friend? That's literally what that says. It's right there in English. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he knows how I like to snuggle. Like, yeah. The axe is pretty cool. And the servo gun needs a buff. Servo gun has that one configuration with like the plasma AoE burn thing, which is handy for crowd clear. But the sniper version is just anemic to the point of like pointlessness. Especially with that first signature perk, right? The one is like, oh yeah, if you make a kill or incapacitate or put in executable state, your cooldown refreshes, except it can't do that to anybody. So, you know what I haven't tried? I've, as it turns out, I never even tried the level 2 perk version. I guess the bolter perk. I never tried that. I'm probably going to remove the PTS from my computer, however, because I need the space. I could remove DRG, I guess, but I don't think DRG is nearly half as freaking large. How big is that thing? It's got to be tiny, right? DRG is like a super well-made game, as opposed to Space Marine. What are you at? Oh, you have to look at the file sizes, I guess. Manage, browse local files. No. Properties, perhaps. Installed files. Yeah, DRG is 3.6 gig. It's nothing. What is Helldivers? Helldivers is 22. It's decent. Wilds is going to be crazy. Wilds is how much? Yeah, Wilds is nearly 100 gig. What about the public test server? 84. So it's a little smaller than Wilds, but that's not saying much. And the other one should be the same. Oh, nope. Space Marine is 190 gigabytes. 190 gigabytes. Why is the public test server so tiny? It's like 100 gig less than it. I should uninstall Space Marine 2 and just play on the test server from now on. Crazy. Mind-boggling bonkeriness. Yeah. Just how are you doing? Well, my arm's a little sore from my vaccines. Thank you for asking. But we're doing fine. And yeah, we're about to stream. Yeah, just FYI. About to get reading soon. Yeah, what did we reread last time? We finished Beowulf, thank fucking God for that. We finished Beowulf, and I made a mistake. I started playing games after that. I've sort of made a commitment now to myself and ostensibly to the community, I suppose. Yeah, we're gonna start reading stories. When I read on Mondays, I will not switch to a game anymore. If we happen to finish a book partway through the stream and like have like an hour or two left to go or what have you. Instead, I will from now on prepare a second book as a carry-on or a backup, if you will. So when we finish the first book or the current book, I don't have to end early or have to switch to something else that's not going to fit the vibe of like an ASMR book reading stream. So I think that's a fair thing to do. It's I still have to do the sniper prestige perk thing thumbnail for well I guess Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. because this week I am also doing a Wednesday rather than Thursday stream because I have, oh, you know what? I don't need to do that. Valena, that update will fix itself at 2 a.m. in the morning. Infoblox devices are fantastic that way. I download the image, I upload it into the device and say, hey, at 2 or 3 or 4 a.m., patch yourself. And if it doesn't work, just roll back because it uses partitioned hard drives. It sets everything up on the unused hard drive, then flips over to it. I'm using my hands a lot to sort of gesticulate the action of rolling over. And then if it fails, if it doesn't pass its checks, it says, oh, okay, something messed up. And it rolls back to the other partition that was working just fine a moment ago. It's pretty fantastic. Hell yes, bedtime, yeah. Yeah, I'll read you a bedtime story, a rather heavy story as I'm told. So, we finished Beowulf. And today we are going to be starting All Quiet on the Western Front. Some of the conversations Valena and I have been having is not smut. No, I'm sorry, it's not smut. No one has proposed a smut title as yet, so there is no smut. Valena and I have been watching the news and seeing everything that's happening largely south of the border, but also affecting around the world because that's south of the border these days. Can't have smut right now? No, you can't have smut right now. Yeah, you don't want smut right now. Oh, man. Ooh, ouch. Don't worry. This would be the least problematic type of story for you, I think. We've been thinking about like the conversations around the potential for World War III have come up, I'm sure, in more households than our own. And so I wanted to read something that was a reminder about the consequences of war, certainly in general. But yeah, it has its hook into war at like a large global scale, I suppose. It's all horrible stuff, and we're going to enjoy it. Probably. Look at I face my head this way. Maybe this eye is just stuck. Trying to lift my eyebrows. Okay, no, maybe I have to dig my eye out. Here we go. Claw at my face. Maybe there's like some sleep in my eye and squishing my... I'm squishing my eyelids into my eyeballs and just heard a... So I squeezed out some eyeball juice. Yes, clearly that's what that was. But let us proceed to the dramatically different reading room. There. Welcome to the reading room, which you can clearly see. It's exactly not the previous room with some decorations, obviously. Let's see. Swap our books as we always do. Settings, reading book. Let's go find my book. Where did I put my book? It's in and around here. It's right at the top because it starts with the letter A. Oish. It looks a little smaller. It's a little harder. The print's it's a larger book, so like the text is a little smaller too, actually. If I can just bring that a little closer to my face. There, that's a bit clearer. And the poster. We have a poster as well. Of course we have a poster. We always get, for the most part, the first edition poster. Yeah. You would think that would be like unavailable after all these years. No, it's totally available. You just have to know where to buy. That's all. There we go. Just kind of throw that at the back wall, let it stick. Nice. It's not centered. That's problematic for me. Here we go. Oh, hello, Lily. Give her the head pat, and I guess I have to slurp in your face now. All right. Oh, nearly breathed that in. Hello, Lily. God, that's going to tickle the back of my throat for a little while. I need to move that fist up. That has to go higher on my head. How the hell do I do that? How's reading? We've just flipped over to the new book. Abruptly hugs Lily. Hashtag slurp Lily. No comment. No comment. Where is it item settings? How do I, can I click on this? Can I select that? I forget how VTS works. Maybe I can't. Maybe that's not it. Scenes for hotkeys? Do I want to open the scene or work on the scene? And then hammer? No, I don't want a hammer. Head pat. I want a head pat. I want to just, I don't know how to move these things. You be lurking with you, but thank you very kindly for the lurk as I clear my throat in like your ears. Did I break the head pat? I may have been editing it when you did that. You'll probably refund that one. If I can, where's this button? God, this is so much easier in the moderator settings. Can I'll bring that back. You did it? Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm literally not set up for that. I should open up another tab for my stream with moderator settings, or at least a panel for that or something. Yeah. No, yeah, so we're going to be reading All Quiet on the Western, and I have got to remember how to fix that. That's crazy. I can't believe I don't remember how to do that. VTS is not so obviously easy. I don't think it's not as intuitive as I guess I would like it to be. A lot of panels, a lot of windows all over the freaking place. I don't want to click on something and break it right now. So we're gonna deal with the fact that my eyebrows might fall off, and just, whatever happens. It's all good. But yeah, shall we get started? Yeah. What is this? Erich Maria Remarque is the author. All Quiet on the Western Front. Apparently this is translated from the German by A.W. Heen. There is a little bit of a paragraph I would like to read before we do start, however. This book is to be neither an accusation nor a confession, and least of all an adventure, for death is not an adventure to those who stand face to face with it. It will try simply to tell of a generation of men who, even though they may have escaped its shells, were destroyed by the war. All Quiet on the Western Front. I already prefer the grammar. Chapter 1. We are at rest 5 miles behind the front. Yesterday we were relieved, and now our bellies are full of beef and haricot beans. We are satisfied and at peace. Each man has another mess tin full for the evening, and, what is more, there is a double ration of sausage and bread. That puts a man in a fine trim. We have not had such luck as this for a long time. The cook, with his carroty head, is begging us to eat. He beckons with his ladle to every one that passes, and spoons him out a great dollop. He does not see how he can empty his stew pot in time for coffee. Tjaden and Mueller have produced 2 wash basins and had them filled up to the brim as a reserve. Maybe it's Tjaden, this is veracity. In Mueller, it is foresight. Where Tajajin puts it all is a mystery, for he is and always will be as thin as a rake. He's got a high metabolism. What's more important still is the issue of a double ration of smokes. 10 cigars, 20 cigarettes, and 2 quids of chew per man. Now that is decent. I have exchanged my chewing tobacco with Kaczynski for his cigarettes, which means I have 40 altogether. That's enough for a day. Oh, God. I used to smoke that much. Oh, wretched. Frickin' expensive, too. It is true we have no right to this windfall. The Prussian is not so generous. We have only a miscalculation to thank for it. 14 days ago, we had to go up and relieve the front line. It was fairly quiet on our sector, so the quartermaster who remained in the rear had requisitioned the usual quantity of rations and provided for the full company of 150 men. But on the last day, an astonishing number of English field guns opened up on us with high explosive, drumming ceaselessly on our position, so that we suffered heavily and came back only 80 strong. Last night, we moved back and settled down to get a good sleep for once. Kaczynski is right when he says it would not be such a bad war if only one could get a little more sleep. In the line, we have had next to none, and 14 days is a long time at one stretch. It was noon before the first of us crawled out of our quarters. Half an hour later, every man had his mess tin, and we gathered at the cookhouse, which smelt greasy and nourishing. At the head of the queue, of course, were the hungriest, little Albert Kropp, the clearest thinker among us, and therefore the first to be lance corporal. Mueller, who still carries his school textbooks with him, dreams of examinations, and during a bombardment mutters propositions in physics. Lear, who wears a full beard and has a preference for the girls from officers' brothels. He swears that they are obliged by an army order to wear I wanted to say chemistry. Chemises? It's chemises from now on, and to bathe before entertaining guests of the rank of major and upwards. And as the fourth, myself, Paul Baumer. All 4 are 19 years of age, and all 4 joined up from the same class as volunteers for the war. Chamise. It's chamise, right? Chamise. Underclothes. Okay, is this possibly the first word I cancel? Yeah, I'm gonna cancel this word. Spell the damn thing. Chemises. Yep. It was French. It's not a word now. Let's see if the list works. Oh no, it's canceled the list, I think. Yep. Alright, it's no longer a word. I don't have this thing monitoring chat yet, so I can't tell people off for using it. But that word is no longer in existence. It may come up a few times, but just pretend it doesn't exist. Where was I? Oh yes, all 4 are 19 years of age, and all 4 joined up from the same class as volunteers for the war. Falana, did you say something? You're, You showed up in chat, but there's nothing. It's like you didn't type anything. Yeah. Weird, strange. Close behind us were our friends, Jaden, skinny locksmith of our own age, the biggest eater of the company. He sits down to eat as thin as a grasshopper and gets up as big as a bug in the family way. Oh dear. High Westhus, of the same age, a peat digger, who can easily hold a ration loaf in his hand and say, "Guess what I've got in my fist?" Then deterring a peasant who thinks of nothing but his farmyard and his wife. And finally, Stanislaus Kaczynski. It's going to be Kaczynski. Okay. I think I was saying it right, and then I turned it inside out in my brain. The leader of our group, shrewd, cunning, and hard-bitten. 40 years of age, with a face of the soil, blue eyes, bent shoulders, and a remarkable nose for dirty weather, good food, and soft jobs. Our gang formed the head of the queue before the cookhouse. We were growing impatient, for the cook paid no attention to us. It is exactly as it's spelled. I mean, it might have been. It's no longer spelled that way anymore. Finally, Kaczynski called out to him, "Say, Heinrich, open up the soup kitchen. Anyone can see the beans are done." He shook his head sleepily. "You must all be there first." Jaden grinned. "We are all here." The sergeant cook still took no notice. "That may do for you," he said, "but where are the others?" "They won't be fed up by you today. They're either in the dressing station or pushing up daisies." The cook was quite disconcerted as the facts dawned on him. He was staggered. "And I have cooked for 150 men. Krop poked him in the ribs. "Then for once we'll have enough. Come on, begin." Suddenly, a vision came over to Jaden. His sharp, mousy features began to shine. His eyes grew small with cunning, his jaws twitched, and he whispered hoarsely, "Man, then you've got bread for 150 men too, eh?" The sergeant cook nodded, absent-minded and bewildered. Jaden seized him by the tunic. "And sausage?" Ginger nodded again. To Jaden's chaps quivered. "Tobacco too?" "Yes, everything." Jaden beamed. "What a bean fest. That's all for us. Each man gets, wait a bit. Yes, practically 2 issues. And Ginger stirred himself and said, "That won't do." Then we got excited and began to crowd round. "Why won't that do, you old carrot?" demanded Kaczynski. 80 men can't have what is meant for 150. "We'll soon show you," growled Mueller. "I don't care about the stew, but I can only issue rations for 80 men, persisted Ginger. Kaczynski got angry. "You might be generous for once. You haven't drawn food for 80 men. You've drawn it for the 2nd company. Good. Let's have it then. We are the 2nd company." We began to jostle the fellow. No one felt kindly toward him, for it was his fault that the food twice came up to us in the line too late and cold. Under shell fire, he wouldn't bring his kitchen up near enough, so that our soup carriers had to go much farther than those of the other companies. Now Bulk and his 1st company is a much better fellow. He is as fat as a hamster in winter, but he trundles his pots when it comes to that right up to the very front line. Right up to the very front line. We were in just the right mood, and there would certainly have been a dust-up if our company commander had not appeared. He informed himself of the dispute and only remarked, "Yes, we did have heavy losses yesterday." He looked in the Dixie. "The beans look good." Ginger nodded. "Cooked with meat and fat." The lieutenant looked at us. He knew what we were thinking. And he knew many other things too, because he came to the company as a non-com and was promoted from the ranks. He lifted the lid from the Dixie again and sniffed. And passing on, he said, "Serve out the whole issue. We can do with it, and bring me a plateful too." Ginger looked sheepish. Yes, there we go. As Jaden danced around him. "It doesn't cost you anything. One would think the quartermaster's store belonged to him, and now get on with it, you old blubber sticker, and don't you miscount either. You be hanged, spat out Ginger. When things get beyond him, he throws up the sponge altogether. He just goes to pieces, and as if to show that all things were now the same to him, his own free will be shared out a half-pound of synthetic honey equally among us. Today is wonderfully good. The mail has come, and almost every man has a couple of letters and papers. We stroll over to the meadow behind the billets. Crop has a round lid of a margarine tub under his arm. On the right side of the meadow, a large common latrine has been built, a well-planned and durable construction, but that is for recruits who as yet have not learned how to make the most of whatever comes their way. We look for something better. Scattered about everywhere, there are separate individual boxes for the same purpose. They are square, neat boxes with wooden sides all around, and have unimpeachably satisfactory seats. On the sides are hand grips, enabling one to shift them about. We move 3 together on a ring and sit down comfortably. For 2 hours we have been here without getting up. I well remember how embarrassed we were as recruits in barracks when we had to use the general latrine. There were no doors, and 20 men sat side by side as in a railway carriage, so that they could be reviewed all at one glance, for soldiers must always be under supervision. Since then, we have learned better than to be shy about such trifling immodesties. In time, things far worse than that came easy to us. Here in the open air, the business is entirely a pleasure. I no longer understand why we should always have shied at it before. It is, in fact, just as natural as eating and drinking. We did not properly appreciate these boxes when we first enlisted. They were new to us and did not fill such an important role, but now they have long been a matter of course. The soldier is on friendlier terms than other men with his stomach and intestines. 3/4 of his vocabulary is derived from these regions, and they give an intimate flavor to expressions of his greatest joy as well as of his deepest indignation. It is impossible to express oneself in any other way so clearly and pithily. Our families and our teachers will be shocked when we go home, but here it is the universal language. Enforced publicity has in our eyes restored the character of complete innocence to all these things. More than that, they are so much a matter of course that their comfortable performance is fully as much enjoyed as the playing of a safe top running flush. Not for nothing was the word latrine rumor invented. These places are the regimental gossip shops and common rooms. We feel ourselves, for the time, being better off than in any palatial, white-tiled convenience. There, it can only be hygienic. Here, it is beautiful. These are wonderfully carefree hours. Over us is the blue sky. On the horizon float the bright, yellow, sunlit observation balloons, and the many little white clouds of the anti-aircraft shells. Often they rise in a sheaf as they follow after an airman. We hear the muffled rumble of the front only as a very distant thunder. Bumblebees droning by quite drown it. Around us stretches the flowery meadow. The grasses sway their tall spears. The white butterflies flutter around and float on the soft, warm wind of the late summer. We read letters and newspapers and smoke. We take off our caps and lay them down beside us. The wind plays with our hair and plays with our words and thoughts. The 3 boxes stand in the midst of the glowing red field poppies. We set the lid of the margarine tub on our knees, and so have a good table for a game of scat. Oh, that doesn't sound promising. Krop has the cards with him. After every throw-in, the loser pays into the pool. One could sit like this forever. The notes of an accordion float across from the billets. Often we lay aside the cards and look about us. One of us will say, "Well, boys," or "It was a near thing that time." And for a moment we fall silent. There is in each of us a feeling of constraint. We are all sensible of it. It needs no words to communicate it. It might easily have happened that we should not be sitting here on our boxes today. It came damn near to that. And so everything is new and brave. Red poppies and good food, cigarettes and summer breeze. Krop asks, "Anyone seen Emmerich lately?" "He's up at St. Joseph's," I tell him. Mueller explains that he has a flesh wound in his thigh, a good blighty. We decide to go and see him this afternoon. Krop pulls out a letter. "Kantorek sends you all his best wishes." We laugh. Mueller throws his cigarette away and says, "I wish you were here. I wish he was here." Kantorek had been our schoolmaster, an active little man in a grey tailcoat with a face like a shrew mouse. He was about the same size as Corporal Himmelsauce, the terror of Klosterberg. It is very queer that the unhappiness of the world is so often brought on by small men. No kidding. They are all so much more energetic and uncompromising than the big fellows. I have always taken good care to keep out of sections with small company commanders. They are mostly confounded little martinets. During the drill time, Kantorek gave us long lectures until the whole of our class went under his shepherding to the district commandant and volunteered. I can see him now, as he used to glare at us through his spectacles and say in a moving voice, "Won't you join up, comrades?" These teachers always carry their feelings ready in their waistcoat pockets and fetch them out any hour of the day, but we didn't think that of them. We didn't think of that then. Waistcoat pockets? Like they're bribed or something? I don't understand that reference. There was indeed one of us who hesitated and did not want to fall into line. That was Joseph Behm, a plump, homely fellow. But he did allow himself to be persuaded, otherwise he would have been ostracized. And perhaps more of us thought as he did, but no one could very well stand out. Because at that time, even one's parents were ready with the word coward. No one had the vaguest idea what we were in for. The wisest were just the poor and simple people. They knew the war to be a misfortune, whereas people who were better off were beside themselves with joy, though they should have been much better able to judge what the consequences would be. I mean, if you don't know, you don't know. And that's what gets taken advantage of, isn't it? Strange to say, Behem, I wonder if any of those letters are silent, was one of the first to fall. He got hit in the eye during an attack, and we left him laying for dead. We couldn't bring him with us, because we had to come back helter-skelter. In the afternoon, suddenly we heard him call, and saw him outside creeping towards us. He had only been knocked unconscious. Because he could not see, and was mad with pain, he failed to keep under cover, and so was shot down before anyone could go and fetch him. Naturally, we couldn't blame Kantorek for this. Where would Where would the world be if one brought every man to book? There were thousands of Cantorics, all of whom were convinced that there was only one way of doing well, and that way theirs. And that is just why they let us down so badly. For us lads of 18, they ought to have been mediators and guides to the world of maturity, the world of work, of duty, of culture, of progress, to the future. We often made fun of them and played jokes on them, but in our hearts we trusted them. The idea of authority which they represented was associated in our minds with a greater insight and a manlier wisdom. But the first death we saw shattered this belief. We had to recognize that our generation was more to be trusted than theirs. They surpassed us only in phrases and in cleverness. The first bombardment showed us our mistake, and under it the world as they had taught it to us broke in pieces. While they continued to write and talk, we saw the wounded dying. While they taught that duty to one's country is the greatest thing, we already knew that death throes are stronger. But for all that, we were no mutineers, no deserters, no cowards. They were very free with all these expressions. Yeah, that's that honor debt I mentioned the other day randomly, which no one will probably remember. Words like duty and honor are tricks to give you this like artificial debt in your mind that you suddenly owe to other people that you get nothing in return for. But it's how they manipulate people into doing horrible things or going to war. And if you don't do it, you're a coward or you deserted us. While those who send you to war sit behind the lines sipping tea. We loved our country as much as they. We went courageously into every action. But also, we distinguished the false from the true. We had suddenly learned to see. And we saw that there was nothing of their world left. We were all at once terribly alone, and alone we must see it through. Before going over to see Emmerich, we packed up his things. He will need them on the way back. In the dressing station, there is great activity. It reeks as ever of carbolic ether and sweat. Most of us are accustomed to this in the billets, but here it makes one feel faint. We ask for Emmerich. He lies in a large room and receives us with feeble expressions of joy and helpless agitation. While he was unconscious, someone had stolen his watch. Mueller shakes his head. I always told you that nobody should carry as good a watch as that. That's right, blame the victim. Mueller is a rather crude and tactless. Otherwise, he would hold his tongue. For anybody can see that Emmerich will never come out of this place again. Whether he finds his watch or not will make no difference. At the most, one will only be able to send it to his people. How goes it, friends? Asked Kropp. Emmerich's head sinks. Not so bad, but I've had such a damned pain in my foot. We look at his bed covering. His leg lies under a wire basket. The bed covering arches over it. I kick Mueller in the shin. For it is just about to tell Emmerich what the orderlies told us outside. He is just about to tell Emmerich what the orderlies told us outside, that Emmerich has lost his foot. The leg is amputated. He looks ghastly, yellow, and wan. In his face there are already the strained lines that we know so well. We have seen them now hundreds of times. They are not so much lines as marks. Under the skin the life no longer pulses. It has already pressed out to the boundaries of the body. Death is working through from within. It already has command in his eyes. Here lies our comrade, Remarque, who a little while ago was roasting horseflesh with us and squatting in the shell holes. He it is still, maybe here it meant. He it is still, and yet it is not he any longer. His features have become uncertain and faint, like a photographic plate on which two pictures have been taken. Even his voice sounds like ashes. I think of the time when we went away. His mother, a good plump matron, brought him to the station. She wept continually. Her face was bloated and swollen. Remarque felt embarrassed, for she was the least composed of all. She simply dissolved into fat and water. Then she caught sight of me and took hold of my arm again and implored me to look after Franz out there. Indeed, he did have a face like a child and such frail bones that after 4 weeks pack carrying, he already had flat feet. But how can a man look after anyone in the field? Now you will soon be going home, says Krop. You would have had to wait at least 3 or 4 months for your leave. Remarque nods. I cannot bear to look at his hands. They are like wax. Under the nails is the dirt of the trenches. It shows through blue-black like poison. It strikes me that these nails will continue to grow like long, fantastic cellar plants long after Remarque breathes no more. I see the picture before me. They twist themselves into corkscrews and grow, and with them the hair on the decayed skull, just like grass in good soil, just like grass. How can it be possible? Mueller leans over. We have brought your things, friends. Remarque signs with his hands. Put them under the bed. Mueller does so. Remarque starts on again about the watch. How can one calm him without making him suspicious? Mueller reappears with a pair of airman's boots. They are fine English boots of soft, yellow leather which reach to the knee and lace all the way. They are things to be coveted. Mueller is delighted at the sight of them. He matches their soles against his own clumsy boots and says, Will you be taking them with you, friends? We all three have the same thought. Even if he should get better, he would be able to use only one. They are of no use to him. But as things are now, it is a pity that they should stay here. The orderlies will, of course, grab them as soon as he is dead. Won't you leave them with us? Mueller repeats. Remarque doesn't want to. They are his most prized possessions. Well, we could exchange, suggests Mueller again. Out here, one can make some use of them. Still, Remarque is not to be moved. He thinks he's going to live. I tread on Mueller's foot. Reluctantly, he puts the fine boots back again under the bed. We talk a little more and then take our leave. Cheerio, friends. I promise him to come back in the morning. Mueller talks of doing so too. He is thinking of the lace-up boots means to be on the spot. Remarque groans. He is feverish. We get hold of an orderly outside and ask him to give Remarque a dose of morphia. He refuses. If we were to give morphia to everyone, we would have to have tubs full. You only attend to officers properly, says Krop viciously. I hastily intervene and give him a cigarette. He takes it. He takes it as a full sentence, apparently. Are you usually allowed to give it then? I ask him. He is annoyed. If you don't think so, then why do you ask? I press a couple more cigarettes into his hand. Do us the favor. Well, all right, he says. Krop goes in with him. He doesn't trust him and wants to see. We wait outside. Mueller returns to the subject of the boots. They would fit me perfectly, In these boots I get blister after blister. Do you think he will last till tomorrow after drill? If he passes out in the night, we know where the boots. Crop returns. Do you think, he asks. Done for, said Mueller emphatically. There's a lot of cut off sentences there. A lot of, I think, implications. If this were a movie, it would probably drive me crazy. We go back to the huts. I think of the letter that I must write tomorrow to Kemmerich's mother. I am freezing. I could do with a tot of rum. Mueller pulls up some grass and chews it. Suddenly, little Crop throws his cigarette away, stamps on it savagely, and looking around him with a broken and distracted face, stammers, "Damned shit. The damned shit." We walk on for a long time. Crop has calmed himself. We understand. He sees red. Out here, every man gets like that sometime. What has Kanturek written to you? Mueller asks him. He laughs. We are the Iron Youth. We all three smile bitterly. Crop rails. He is glad that he can speak. Yes, that's the way they think. These 100,000 Kantureks, Iron Youth. Youth! We are none of us more than 20 years old, but young? Youth? That is long ago. We are old folk. I've never been in war, so I can't tell, but I assume if you've been to battle, you grow pretty damn fast. Before that, yeah, 20 years old does feel kind of on the edge of youth. Chapter 2. It is strange to think that at home, in the drawer of my writing table, there lies the beginning of a play called Soul, and a bundle of poems. Many an evening I have worked over them. We all did something of the kind, but that has become so unreal to me that I cannot comprehend it anymore. Our early life is cut off from the moment we came here, and that without our lifting a hand. We often try to look back on it and to find an explanation, but never quite succeed. For us young men of 20, everything is extraordinarily vague. For Crop, Mueller, Lear, and me, for all of us when Kanturek calls the Iron Youth, for whom Kanturek calls the Iron Youth. All the older men are linked up with their previous lives, with their previous life. I'm gonna sip. They have wives, children, occupations, and interests. They have a background which is so strong that the war cannot obliterate it. We young men of 20, however, have only our parents and perhaps a girl. That is not much. For at our age, the influence of parents is at its weakest, and girls have not yet got a hold over us. Yes, those devious women. Besides this, there was little else. Some enthusiasm, a few hobbies, and our school. Beyond this, our life did not extend, and of this, nothing remains. That's potent too. That's surprising or not, is a convenient thing. Is a convenient circumstance for militaries and people in power to take advantage of those people of that particular age. You also happen to be fit and strong at around that age. Kanturek would say that we stood on the threshold of life, and so it would seem. We had as yet taken no root. The war swept us away. For the others, the older men, it is but an interruption. They are able to think beyond it. We, however, have been gripped by it, and do not know what the end may be. We know only that in some strange and melancholy way we have become a wasteland. All the same, we are not often sad. We have ads in a few minutes. I'm going to hit the button now just to get them done with. We'll take a little break. I'm going to stand up, move around, and we'll continue afterwards. Let's see. Though Mueller would have been delighted to have Kemrick's boots, he is really quite as sympathetic as another who could not bear to think of such a thing for grief. He merely sees things clearly. Were Kemrick able to make use any use of the boots, then Mueller would rather go barefoot over barbed wire than scheme how to get hold of them. But, as it is, the boots are quite inappropriate to Kemrick's circumstances. Whereas Mueller can make good use of them. Kemrick will die. It is immaterial who gets them. Why then should Mueller not succeed to them? He has more right than a hospital orderly. When Kemrick is dead, it will be too late. Therefore, Mueller is already on the watch. We have lost all sense of other considerations, because they are artificial. Only the facts are real and important to us, and good boots are scarce. My socks are twisted. Okay, that's better. Once it was different. When we went to the district commandant to enlist, we were a class of 20 young men, many of whom proudly shaved for the first time before going to the barracks. We had no definite plans for our future. Our thoughts of a career and occupation were as yet of too unpractical a character to furnish any scheme of life. We were still crammed full of vague ideas which gave to life, and to the war also, an ideal and almost romantic character. We were trained in the army for 10 weeks, and in this time more profoundly influenced than by 10 years at school. We learned that a bright button is weightier than 4 volumes of Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer? Yes, I'm going to leave that. At first astonished, then embittered, and finally indifferent. We recognized that what matters is not the mind, but the boot brush. Not intelligence, but the system. Not freedom, but drill. We became soldiers with eagerness and enthusiasm, but they have done everything to knock that out of us. After 3 weeks, it was no longer incomprehensible to us that a braided postman should have more authority over us than had formerly our parents, our teachers, and the whole gamut of culture from Plato to Goethe. With our young, awakened eyes, we saw that the classical conception of the fatherland held by our teachers resolved itself here into a renunciation of personality, such as one would not ask of the meanest servants. Salutes, springing to attention, parade marches, presenting arms, right wheel, left wheel, clicking the heels, insults, and 1,000 pettifogging details. We had fancied our task would be different, only to find we were to be trained for heroism as though we were circus ponies. But we soon accustomed ourselves to it. We learned, in fact, that some part of these things was necessary, but the rest merely show. Soldiers have a fine nose for such distinctions. By 3s and 4s, our class was scattered over the platoons amongst the Frisian fishermen, peasants, and laborers with whom we soon made friends. Kropp, Mueller, Kemmerich, and I went to number 9 platoon under Corporal Himmelstas. He had the reputation of being the strictest disciplinarian in the camp, and was proud of it. He was a small, undersized fellow with a foxy waxed mustache who had seen 12 years' service and was in civil life a postman. He had a special dislike for Kropp, Jaden, Westless, and me, because he sensed a quiet defiance. I have remade his bed 14 times in one morning. Each time he had some fault to find and pulled it to pieces. I have kneaded a pair of prehistoric boots that were as hard as iron for 20 hours, with intervals, of course, until they became as soft as butter, and not even Himmelstas could find anything more to do to them. Under his orders, I have scrubbed out the corporal's mess with a toothbrush. Kropp and I were given the job of clearing the barrack square of snow with a hand broom and a dustpan, and we would have gone on till we were frozen had not a lieutenant accidentally appeared who sent us off and hauled Himmelstas over the coals. But the only result of this was to make Himmelstas hate us more. For 6 weeks consecutively, I did guard every Sunday and was hut orderly for the same length of time. With full pack and rifle, I have had to practice on a soft, wet, newly plowed field, the prepare to advance, and the lie down, until I was one lump of mud and finally collapsed. 4 hours later, I had to report to Himmelstas with my clothes scrubbed clean, my hands chafed and bleeding. Together with Kropp, Westless, and Tajaden, I have stood at attention in a hard frost without gloves for a quarter of an hour at a stretch, while Himmelstas watched for the slightest movement of our bare fingers on the steel barrel of the rifle. Yeah, it's a good way to lose your fingers. I have run 8 times from the top floor of the barracks down to the courtyard in my shirt at 2 o'clock in the morning because my drawers projected 3 inches beyond the edge of the stool on which I had to stack in my shirt at 2 o'clock in the morning because my drawers projected 3 inches beyond the edge of the stool on which one had to stack all one's things. Oh, I guess all your personal effects goes on a stool. Alongside me ran the corporal, Himmelstas, and trod on my bare toes. At bayonet practice, I had constantly to fight with Himmelstas, I with a heavy iron weapon, whilst he had a handy wooden one, with which he easily struck my arms till they were black and blue. Once, indeed, I became so infuriated that I ran at him blindly and gave him a mighty jab in the stomach and knocked him down. When he reported me, the company commander laughed at him and told him he ought to keep his eyes open. He understood Himmelstas and apparently was not displeased at his discomfiture. I became past master on the parallel bars and strove to surpass my instructor at physical jerks. We have trembled at the mere sound of his voice, but this runaway post horse never got the better of us. That kind of treatment is a horrific abuse of power. Harassment, if not assault. One Sunday, as Kropp and I were lugging a latrine bucket on a pole across the barrack yard, Himmelstas came by, all polished up and spry for going out. He planted himself in front of us and asked how we liked the job. In spite of ourselves, we tripped and emptied the bucket over his legs. He raved, but the limit had been reached. "That means clink," he yelled. But Kropp had had enough. "There'll be an inquiry first," he said, "and then we'll unload." "Mind how you speak to a non-commissioned officer," bawled Himmelstas. "Have you lost your senses? You wait till you're spoken to. What will you do anyway?" "Show you up, Corporal," said Kropp, his thumbs in line with the seams of his trousers. Himmelstas saw what we meant and went off without saying a word. But before he disappeared, he growled, "You'll drink this." But it was the end of his authority. He tried it on once more in the plowed field with his "Prepare to advance, advance," and lie down. We obeyed each order, since an order is an order and has to be obeyed. Oh, hello, Queen. Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome to the channel. Here. I've had my sip. Ever since doing that, obviously the way you drink habit, I've been sucking down a lot more fluid. But we did it so slowly that Himmelstas became desperate. Carefully, we went down on our knees, then on our hands, and so on. In the meantime, quite infuriated, he had given another command. But before we had even begun to sweat, he was hoarse. After that, he left us in peace. He did indeed always refer to us as swine, but there was, nevertheless, a certain respect in his tone. There were many other staff corporals, the majority of whom were more decent. But above all, each of them wanted to keep his good job there at home as long as possible, and that he could do only by being strict with the recruits. Practically every conceivable polishing job in the entire camp fell to us, and we often howled with rage. Many of us became ill through it. Wolf actually died of inflammation of the lung. But we would have felt ridiculous had we hauled down our gullers. We became hard, suspicious, pitiless, vicious, tough, and that was good. For these attributes had been entirely lacking in us. Had we gone into the trenches without this period of training, most of us would certainly have gone mad. Only thus were we prepared for what awaited us. We did not break down, but endured our 20 years, which made many another thing so grievous, helped us in this. Did I break that sentence up right? Only thus were we prepared for what awaited us. We did not break down, but endured. Our 20 years, which made many another thing so grievous, helped us in this. But by far the most important was that it awakened in us a strong, practical sense of esprit de corps, or corps, because the P is silent, I believe. Esprit de corps, which in the field developed into the finest thing that arose out of the war: comradeship. I sit by Remarque's bed. He is sinking steadily. Around us is a great commotion. A hospital train has arrived, and the wounded, fit to be moved, are being selected. The doctor passes Remarque's bed without once looking at him. "Next time, friends," I say. He raises himself on the pillow with his elbows. "They have amputated my leg." He knows it too, then. I nod and answer, "You must be thankful you've come off with that." He is silent. I resume. "It might have been both legs, friends. Migueler has lost his right arm. That's much worse. Besides, you'll be going home." He looks at me. "Do you think so?" "Of course." "Do you think so?" he repeats. "Sure, friends. Once you've got over the operation." He beckons me to bend down. I stoop over him and he whispers, "I don't think so." "Don't talk rubbish, friends. In a couple of days you'll see for yourself. What is it anyway? An amputated leg? Here they patch up far worse things than that." He lifts one hand. "Look here, though, these fingers." That's the result of the operation. Just eat decently and you'll soon be well again. Do they look after you properly? He points to a dish that is still half full. I get excited. Friends, you must eat. Eating is the main thing. That looks good too. He turns away. After a pause, he says slowly, I wanted to become a head forester once. So you may still, I assure him. There are splendid artificial limbs now. You'd hardly know there was anything missing. They are fixed onto the muscles. You can move the fingers and work and even write with an artificial hand. And besides, they will always be making new improvements. Is that what they were told back then? That's crazy. They sure as hell didn't have that back then. For a while he lies still, and he says, You can take my lace-up boots with you for Mueller. I nod, and wonder what to say to encourage him. His lips have fallen away, his mouth has become larger. His teeth stick out and look as though they were made of chalk. The flesh melts, the forehead bulges more prominently, the cheekbones protrude. The skeleton is working itself through. The eyes are already sunken in. In a couple of hours it will be over. He is not the first that I have seen thus. But we grew up together, and that always makes it a bit different. I have copied his essays. At school he used to wear a brown coat with a belt and shiny sleeves. He was the only one of us two who could do the giant's turn on the horizontal bar. His hair flew in his face like silk when he did it. Erich was proud of him for it, but he couldn't endure cigarettes. His skin was very white. He had something of the girl about him. I glance at my boots. They are big and clumsy. The breeches are tucked into them, and standing up one looks well built and powerful in these great drain pipes. But when we go bathing and strip, suddenly we have slender legs again and slight shoulders. We are no longer soldiers, but little more than boys. No one would believe that we could carry packs. It is a strange moment when we stand naked. Then we become civilians, and almost feel ourselves to be so. When bathing, Franz Erich looked as slight and frail as a child. There he lies now. But why? The whole world ought to pass by this bed and say, That is Franz Erich, 19.5 years old. He doesn't want to die. Let him not die. My thoughts become confused. This atmosphere of carbolic and gangrene clogs the lungs. It is a thick gruel that suffocates. It grows dark. Erich's face changes color. It lifts from the pillow and is so pale that it gleams. The mouth moves slightly. I draw near to him. He whispers, If you find my watch, send it home. I do not reply. It is no use anymore. No one can console him. I am wretched with helplessness. This forehead with its hollow temples, this mouth that has now merely a slit, this sharp nose, and the fat, weeping woman at home to whom I must write. If only the letter were sent off already. Hospital orderlies go to and fro with bottles and pails. One of them comes up, casts a glance at Erich, and goes away again. You can see he is waiting. Apparently he wants the bed. I bend over Franz and talk to him as though that could save him. Perhaps you will go to the convalescence home at Klosterberg, among the villas, Franz. Then you can look out from the window across the fields to the 2 trees on the horizon. It is the loveliest time of the year now, when the corn ripens At evening, the fields in the sunlight look like mother of pearl, and the lane of poplars by the Klosterbach, where we used to catch sticklebacks. You can build an aquarium again and keep fish in it, and you can go out without asking anyone. You can even play the piano if you want to. I lean down over his face, which lies in the shadow. He still breathes lightly. His face is wet. He is crying. What a fine mess I have made of it with my foolish talk. But friends, I put my arm round his shoulder and put my face against his. Will you sleep now? He does not answer. The tears run down his cheeks. I would like to wipe them away, but my handkerchief is too dirty. An hour passes. I sit tensely and watch his every movement in case he may perhaps say something. What if he were to open his mouth and cry out? But he only weeps, his head turned aside. He does not speak of his mother or his brothers and sisters. He says nothing, all that lies behind him. He is entirely alone now, with his little life of 19 years, and cries because it leaves him. This is the most disturbing and hardest parting that I have ever seen, although it was pretty bad too with Tide. Oh, they really twist the letters. With Tidejen, who called for his mother, a big bear of a fellow who, with wild eyes full of terror, held off the doctor from his bed with a dagger until he collapsed. Suddenly, Emmerich groans and begins to gurgle. I jump up, stumble outside, and demand, "Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor?" As I catch sight of the white apron, I seize hold of it. "Come quick! Friend Emmerich is dying." He frees himself and asks an orderly standing by, "Which will that be?" He says, "Bed 26, amputated thigh." He sniffs. "How should I know anything about it? I've amputated 5 legs today." He shoves me away, says to the hospital orderly, "You see to it," and runs off to the operating room. I tremble with rage as I go along with the orderly. The man looks at me and says, "One operation after another since 5 o'clock this morning. You know, today alone there have been 16 deaths. Yours is the 17th. There will probably be 20 altogether." I become faint. All at once I cannot do any more. I won't revile any more. It's senseless. I could drop down and never rise up again. We are by Emmerich's bed. He is dead. The face is still wet from the tears. The eyes are half open and yellow like old horn buttons. The orderly pokes me in the ribs. "Are you taking his things with you?" I nod. He goes on, "We must take him away at once. We want the bed. Outside they are laying on the floor." I collect the things, untie Emmerich's identification disc and take it away. The orderly asks about the paybook. I say that it is probably in the orderly room and go. Behind me, they are already hauling friends onto a waterproof sheet. Outside the door, I am aware of the darkness and the wind as a deliverance. I breathe as deep as I can and feel the breeze in my face, warm and soft as never before. Thoughts of girls in flowery meadows, of white clouds suddenly come into my head. My feet begin to move forward in my boots. I go quicker. I run. Soldiers pass me by. I hear their voices without understanding. The earth is streaming with forces which pour into me through the soles of my feet. The night crackles electrically. The front thunders like a concert of drums. My limbs move supplely. I feel my joints strong. I breathe the air deeply. The night lives. I live. I feel a hunger greater than comes from the belly alone. Oh, we have a raid. Thank you, Creative Garden. How have you been? Thank you for dropping by. What were you doing? You're an actor, writer. What is that? Oh, of course, that's the description. You were, of course, writing and reading. What were you doing today? We've just started reading All Quiet on the Western Front. We were reading on writing by Stephen King. Oh, I think my sister used to like Stephen King a lot. I think I just watched some of the movies and such. For your guests who have come along, if you don't know, my name is Sidoen. I am the librarian, I was about to say caretaker, of the library you see behind me. We read on Monday nights, and a couple times throughout the week, we also play games. It's his memoir, How to Write sort of book, non-fiction. Oh, okay. I didn't know that he did something like that. I thought he was pure, horror fiction type of idea. So that's cool. Nice. Well, thanks for coming by. If you need to take a break or step away or do what you do, make sure you handle your after-stream care, of course. And we'll be here reading. I'm just about done chapter 2. And we have 2.5 hours to go, so there's plenty of time. All right, thanks again. Yeah, please enjoy your dinner. 5 courses at least, I assume. I feel a hunger, greater than comes from the belly alone. Mueller stands in front of the hut and waits for me. I give him the boots. We go in and he tries them on. They fit well. He roots among the supplies and offers me a fine piece of saveloy. Of saveloy? It's saveloy, is how it's spelled anyways. With it goes hot tea and rum. Chapter 3. Reinforcements have arrived. The vacancies have been filled and the sacks of straw are already laid out in the huts. Some of them are old hands, but there are 25 men of a later draft from the base. They are about 2 years younger than us. Crop nudges me. Seen the infants? I nod. We stick out our chests, shave in the open, shove our hands in our pockets, inspect the recruits, and feel ourselves to be Stone Age veterans. Kaczynski joins us. We stroll past the horse boxes and go over to the reinforcements, who have already been issued with gas masks and coffee. What an odd pair of things to be issued. Gas masks, very practical, but coffee, kind of random. And not other things? I find that interesting. I assume it's a matter of what's available, what the priorities of the day were. Yeah. We should watch a documentary about that sometime. Long time since you've had anything decent to eat, eh? Kat asks one of the youngsters. Coffee to keep you awake on watch? Yeah, that would make sense too. More practical in that sense. Long time since you've had anything decent to eat, eh? Kat asks one of the youngsters. He grimaces. For breakfast, turnip bread. Lunch, turnip stew. Supper, turnip cutlets and turnip salad. Kat gives a knowing whistle. Bread made of turnips. You've been in luck. It's nothing new for it to be made of sawdust. But what do you say to haricot beans? Have some? The youngster turns red. You can't kid me. Kaczynski merely says, fetch your mess tin. We follow curiously. He takes us to a tub beside his straw sack. It is nearly half full of a stew of beef and beans. Kaczynski plants himself in front of it like a general and says, sharp eyes and light fingers. That's what the Prussians say. The Prussians. We are surprised. Great guts, Kat. How you come by that? I ask him. Ginger was glad I took it. I gave him 3 pieces of parachute silk for it. Cold beans taste fine, too. Grudgingly, he gives the youngster a portion and says, "Next time you come with your mess tin, have a cigar or a chew of tobacco in your other hand, get me?" Then he turns to us. "You get off scot-free, of course." Kaczynski never goes short. He has a sixth sense. There are such people everywhere, but one does not appreciate it at first. Every company has one or two. Kaczynski is the smartest I know. By trade, he is a cobbler, I believe. But that hasn't anything to do with it. He understands all trades. It's a good thing to be friends with him, as Kropp and I are. And High Westhus too, more or less. But High, it's H-I-H-A-I-E. These four-letter names are apparently a thing I'm having a problem with. That's not how you spell pronunciation. God, I have to type at work tomorrow. This is not working out very well. Oh, it's French. No, that's not how you say that. It's A. 3 of the letters are silent. Crazy. Okay. But A is rather the executive arm operating under Cat's orders when things come to blows. For that, he has his qualifications. Yeah, it's H-A-I-E and it's pronounced A. That's just like such a waste of ink. Oh, I need some air. Come on, fan. Let's go. For example, we land at night in some entirely unknown spot, a sorry hole that has been eaten out to the very walls. We are quartered in a small, dark factory adapted to the purpose. There are beds in it, or rather bunks, a couple of wooden beams over which wire netting is stretched. Wire netting is hard, and there's nothing to put on it. Our waterproof sheets are too thin. We use our blankets to cover ourselves. Cat looks at the place and then says to A. Westhus, "Come with me." They go off to explore. Half an hour later, they are back again with arms full of straw. Cat has found a horse box with straw in it. Now we might sleep if we weren't so terribly hungry. Kropp asks an artilleryman who has been some time in this neighborhood, "Is there a canteen anywhereabouts?" "Is there a what?" He laughs. "There's nothing to be had here. You won't find so much as a crust of bread here." Aren't there any inhabitants here at all, then?" He spits. "Yes, a couple, but they mostly loaf around the cookhouse and beg." "That's a bad business." "Then we'll have to pull in our belts and wait till the rations come up in the morning." But I see Cat has put on his cap. "Where to, Cat?" I ask. "Just to explore the place a bit." He strolls off. The artilleryman grins scornfully. "Let him explore, but don't be too hopeful about it." Disappointed, we lie down and consider whether we couldn't have a go at the iron rations. But it's too risky, so we try to get a wink of sleep. The iron rations. Kropp divides a cigarette and hands me half. Sidoen gives an account of his national dish, broad beans and bacon. He despises it when not flavored with bog myrtle. And, for God's sake, let it all be cooked together, not the potatoes and the beans and the bacon separately. Someone growls that he will pound Jaden into bog myrtle if he doesn't shut up. Then all becomes quiet in the big room, only the candles flickering from the necks of a couple of bottles and the artilleryman spitting every now and then. The tin cans for when things are the worst. Yeah, I kind of did the Binging with Babish fellow cover that once. Oh, he just did hardtack, right? And he loves doing the hardtack, tap, tap, whenever he brings it up. We stir a bit as the door opens, and Cat appears. I think I must be dreaming. He has 2 loaves of bread under his arm and a blood-stained sandbag full of horseflesh in his hand. The artilleryman's pipe drops from his mouth. He feels the bread. Real bread. By God, and still hot too. Tasting history, yeah. Binging is the other guy who binges, I guess, yes. Yeah, tasting history. Where was it? And hot too, right? Cat gives no explanation. He has the bread, the rest doesn't matter. I'm sure that if he were planted down in the middle of the desert, in half an hour he would have gathered together a supper of roast meat, dates, and wine. Cut some wood, he says curtly to A. I feel so wrong calling that person A. It should be hey. Hey, doing damn vowels. Then he hauls out a frying pan from under his coat and a handful of salt, as well as a lump of fat from his pocket. He has thought of everything. I makes a fire on the floor. It lights up the empty room of the factory. We climb out of bed. The artilleryman hesitates. He wonders whether to praise Cat and so perhaps gain a little for himself, but Kaczynski doesn't even see him. He might as well be thin air. He goes off cursing. Cat knows the way to roast horseflesh so that it's tender. It shouldn't be put straight into the pan. That makes it tough. It should be boiled first in a little water. With our knives, we squat round in a circle and fill our bellies. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Sunflower. Welcome to the stream. That is Cat. If for but 1 hour in a year something eatable were to be had in some one place only, within that hour, as if moved by a vision, he would put on his cap, go out and walk directly there, as though following a compass, and find it. He finds everything. If it is cold, a small stove and wood, hay and straw, a table and chairs, but above all, food. It is uncanny. One would think he conjured it out of the air. His masterpiece was 4 boxes of lobsters. Admittedly, we would rather have had a good beef steak. Yeah, terrible conditions. We have settled ourselves on the sunny side of the hut. There is a smell of tar, of summer, and of sweaty feet. Cat sits beside me. He wants to talk. Today we have been practicing saluting because Jaden failed to salute a major. Cat can't get it out of his head. You see, we're losing the war because we can't salute too well, he says. Crop stalks up, with his breeches rolled up and his feet bare. He lays out his washed socks to dry on the grass. Cat turns his eyes to heaven, lets off a mighty fart, and says apologetically, "Every little bean must be heard as well as seen." The two begin to argue. At the same time, they lay a bottle of beer on the result of an air fight that's going on above us. Kaczynski won't budge from the opinion, which is, as an old front hog, he rhymes. Give 'em all the same grub and all the same pay, and the war would be over and done in a day. Not sure about that. Well, actually, maybe. Crop, on the other hand, is a thinker. He proposes that a declaration of war should be a kind of popular festival with entrance tickets and bands, like a bullfight. Then in the arena, the ministers and generals of the two countries, dressed in bathing drawers and armed with clubs, can have at it among themselves. Whoever survives, his country wins. That would be much simpler and more just than this arrangement where the wrong people do the fighting. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like 100,000% correct. We wouldn't have any fucking wars anymore. The subject is dropped. Then the conversation turns to drill. A picture comes before me. Burning midday in the barrack yard. The heat hangs over the square. The barracks are deserted. Everything sleeps. All one hears is the drummers practicing. They have installed themselves anywhere and practice brokenly, dully, monotonously. What a concord. Midday heat, barrack square, and drummers beating. The windows of the barracks are empty and dark. From some of them, trousers are hanging to dry. The rooms are cool, and one looks toward them longingly. Oh, dark, musty platoon huts, with the iron bedsteads, the checkered bedding, the lockers and the stools. Even you can become the object of desire. Out here, you have a faint resemblance to home. Your rooms full of the smell of stale food, sleep, smoke, and clothes. Kaczynski paints it all in lively colors. What would we not give to be able to go back to it? But we must not pursue that line of thought any further. Those early morning hours of instruction. What are the parts of the 98 rifle? The midday hours of physical training. Pianist forward, by the right, quick march. Report to the cookhouse for potato peeling. We indulge in reminiscences. Crop laughs suddenly and says, "Change the loeni." Oh dear. No, there's like... Okay. No, I'm going to look that up. I don't have a clue how to pronounce that one. Not a freaking clue. Pronunciation. This is Lone. It's a Lone. Okay, apparently it's a town. Where's my story? Change at Lone. That video was weird. Like half my brain is like, is that freaking AI slop again? Could just be that the audio's off a bit. That's probably more likely in that case. That was our corporal's favorite game. Lone is a railway junction, in order that our fellows going on leave shouldn't get lost there. Himmelstas used to practice the change in the barrack room. We had to learn that at Lone, to reach the branch line, we must pass through a subway. The beds represented the subway, and each man stood at attention on the left side of his bed. Then came the command, "Change at Lone," and like lightning, everyone scrambled under the bed to the opposite side. We practiced this for a whole hour. Meanwhile, the German aeroplane has been shot down. Like a comet, it bursts into a streamer of smoke and falls headlong. Krop has lost the bottle of beer. Disgruntled, he counts out the money from his wallet. Is it beer or money? Surely Himmelstas was a very different fellow as a postman, say I, after Albert's disappointment has subsided. Then how does it come that he's such a bully as a drill sergeant? The question revives Krop, more particularly as he hears there's no more beer in the canteen. Excuse me as I hiccup. It's not only Himmelstas. There are lots of them. As sure as they get a stripe or a star, they become different men, just as though they'd swallow concrete. That's the uniform, I suggest. Roughly speaking, it is, says Cat, and prepares for a long speech. But the root of the matter lies elsewhere. For instance, if you train a dog to eat potatoes, and then afterwards put a piece of meat in front of him, he'll snap at it. It's his nature. And if you give a man a little bit of authority, he behaves just the same way. He snaps at it too. The things are precisely the same. In himself, man is essentially a beast. Only he butters it over like a slice of bread with a little decorum. The army is based on that. One man must always have power over the other. The mischief is merely that each one has much too much power. A non-com can torment a private. a lieutenant a non-com, a captain a lieutenant until he goes mad, and because they know they can, they all soon acquire the habit more or less. Take a simple case. We are marching back from the parade ground, dog-tired. Then comes the order to sing. We are glad enough to be able to trail arms, but we sing spiritlessly. At once the company is turned about and has to do another hour's drill as punishment. On the march back, the order to sing is given again, and once more we start. Now what's the use of all that? It's simply that the company commander's head has been turned by having so much power. And nobody blames him. On the contrary, he is praised for being strict. That, of course, is only a trifling instance, but it holds also in very different affairs. Now I ask you, let a man be whatever you like in peacetime. What occupation is there in which he can behave like that without getting a crack on the nose? He can only do that in the army. It goes to the heads of them all, you see. And the more insignificant a man has been in civil life, the worse it takes him. They say, of course, there must be discipline, ventures Crop meditatively. True, growls Cat. They always do. And it may be so. Still it oughtn't to become an abuse. But you try to explain that to a blacksmith or a laborer or a workman. You try to make that clear to a simple Tommy. And that's what most of them are here. All he understands is he has been properly trained so that when he comes up to the front, he thinks he knows exactly what he should do in every circumstance and whatnot. It's simply amazing, I tell you, that the ordinary soldier survives so long up here in the front line. Simply amazing. No one protests. Everyone knows that drill ceases only in the front line and begins again a few miles back, with all the absurdities of saluting and parade. It is an iron law that the soldier must be employed under every circumstance. Here, Jaden comes up with a flushed face. He is so excited that he stutters. Beaming with satisfaction, he stammers out, Himmelstas is on his way. He's coming to the front. Jaden has a special grudge against Himmelstas because of the way he educated him in the barracks. Jaden wets his bed. He does it at night in his sleep. Himmelstas maintained that it was sheer laziness and invented a method worthy of himself for curing Jaden. He hunted up another piss-a-bed named Kindervater from a neighboring hut and quartered him with Jaden. In the huts there were the usual bunks, one above the other in pairs, with mattresses of wire netting. Himmelstas put these two so that the one occupied the upper and the other the lower bunk. The man underneath was, of course, disgusted. The next night, they were changed over and the lower one put on the top so that he could retaliate. That was Himmelstas' system of self-education. It's an interesting concept. There is a such thing as self-correcting systems, but this is disgusting. And probably not effective. The idea was low, but not ill-conceived. Unfortunately, it accomplished nothing because the first assumption was wrong. It was not laziness in either of them. Anyone who looked at their sallow skin could see that. The matter ended in one of them always sleeping on the floor, where he frequently caught cold. Meanwhile, I sits down beside us. He winks at me and rubs his paws thoughtfully. We once spent the finest day of our army life together, the day before we left for the front. We had been allotted to one of the recently formed regiments, but were first to be sent back for equipment to the garrison. Not to the reinforcement depot, of course, but to another barracks. We were due to leave next morning early. In the evening, we prepared ourselves to square accounts with Himmelstas. You're getting out. I'm gonna give him a little message before you leave. We had sworn for weeks past to do this. Kropp had even gone so far as to propose entering the postal service in peacetime in order to be Himmelsdorf's superior when he becomes a postman again. He reveled in the thought of how he would grind him. It was this that made it impossible for him to crush us all together. We always reckoned that later, at the end of the war, we would have our revenge on him. In the meantime, we decided to give him a good hiding. What could he do to us anyhow if he didn't recognize us and we left early the next morning? We knew which pub he used to visit every evening. Returning to the barracks, he had to go along a dark, uninhabited road. There we waited for him behind a pile of stones. I had a bed cover with me. We trembled with suspense, hoping he would be alone. At last we heard his footstep, which we recognized easily, so often we heard it in the mornings as the door flew open and he bawled, "Get up!" "Alone?" whispered Kropp. "Alone." I slipped round the pile of stones with Sidoen. Himmelsdorf seemed a little elevated. He was singing. His belt buckle gleamed. He came on unsuspectingly. We seized the bed cover, made a quick leap, threw it over his head from behind, and pulled it round him so that he stood there in a white sack, unable to raise his arms. The singing stopped. The next moment, Westus was there, and spreading out his arms, he shoved us back in order to be first in. He put himself in position with evident satisfaction, raised his arm like a signal mast, and his hand like a coal shovel, and fetched such a blow on the white sack as would have felled an ox. Himmelsdorf was thrown down. He rolled 5 yards and started to yell, but we were prepared for that, and had brought a cushion. I squatted down, laid the cushion on his knees, and felt where Himmelsdorf's head was, and pressed it down on the pillow. Immediately his voice was muffled. I let him get a gasp of air every so often, when he would give a mighty yell that was immediately hushed. Sidoen unbuckled Himmelsdorf's braces and pulled down his trousers, holding the whip meantime in his teeth. He then stood up and set to work. It was a wonderful picture. Himmelsdorf on the ground, I bending over him with a fiendish grin, and his mouth open with bloodlust. Himmelsdorf's head on his knees, Himmelsdorf's head on his knees. On I's knees. Then the convulsed, stripped drawers, the knock knees, executing at every blow most original movements in the lowered breeches, and towering over him like a woodcutter, the indefatigable Sidoen. In the end, we had to drag him away to get our turn. Finally, I stood Himmelsdorf on his feet again and gave one last personal remonstrance. As he stretched out his right arm, preparatory to give him a box on the ear, he looked as if he were going to reach down a star. Reach down a star. Himmelsdorf staggered. I stood him up again, made ready, and fetched him a second, well-aimed beauty with the left hand. Himmelsdorf yelled, and fell down on all fours, cursing. His striped postman's backside gleamed in the moonlight. We disappeared at full speed. I looked around once again and said wrathfully, satisfied, and rather mysteriously, "Revenge is black pudding." Interesting. Himmelsdorf ought to have been pleased. His saying that we should each educate one another had borne fruit for himself. We had become successful students of his method. He never discovered whom he had to thank for the business. At any rate, he scored a bed cover out of it, for when we returned a few hours later to look for it, it was no longer to be found. That evening's work made us more or less content to leave next morning, and an old buffer was pleased to describe us as young heroes. Oh, this is a chapter break. We have ads in a couple of minutes. We might as well start them now. Stand up, get a drink, have a snack, stretch. We'll see you in a bit. I have returned. Oh, we had Lightable lurking around here like 10 minutes ago. Sorry, James. Welcome in. Where are we? Yes, chapter 4. We have to go up on We have to go up on wiring fatigue. The motor lorries roll up after dark. We climb in. It is a warm evening, and the twilight seems like a canopy under whose shelter we feel drawn together. Even the stingy Jaden gives me a cigarette and then a light. We stand, jammed in together, shoulder to shoulder. There is no room to sit, but we do not expect that. Mueller is in a good mood for once. He is wearing his new boots. The engines drone. The lorries bump and rattle. The roads are worn and full of holes. We dare not show a light, so we lurch along and are often almost pitched out. That does not worry us, however. It can happen if it likes. A broken arm is better than a hole in the guts, and many a man would be thankful enough for such a chance of finding his way home again. Beside us stream the munition columns in long files. They are making the pace. They overtake us going forward. We joke with them, and they answer back. A wall becomes visible. It belongs to a house which lies on the side of the road. I suddenly prick up my ears. Am I deceived? Again, I hear distinctly the cackle of geese. I glance at Kaczynski. I glance from him to me. We understand one another. Cat, I hear some aspirants for the frying pan over there. He nods. It'll be attended to when we come back. I have their number. Of course, Cat has their number. He knows all about every leg of goose within a radius of 15 miles. The lorries arrive at the artillery lines. The gun emplacements are camouflaged with bushes against aerial observation and look like a kind of military feast of the tabernacles. These branches might seem gay and cheerful. We're not cannon embowered there. The air becomes acrid with the smoke of the guns and the fog. The fumes of powder taste bitter on the tongue. The roar of the guns makes our lorry stagger. The reverberation rolls raging away to the rear. Everything quakes. Our faces change imperceptibly. We are not, indeed, in the front line, but only in the reserves. Yet in every face can be read, this is the front. Now we are within its embrace. Sage, are you still awake? Man. What are these jumping little queen bark? Is she queen? I didn't know queen barked. It is not fear. Men who have been up as often as we have become thick-skinned. Only the young recruits are agitated. Cat explains to them. That was a 12-inch. You hear the explosion first, and afterwards comes the sound of the gun. But the hollow sound of the firing does not reach us. It is swallowed up in the general murmur of the front. Cat listens. There'll be a bombardment tonight. We all listen. The front is restless. The Tommies are firing already, says Kropp. The shelling can be heard distinctly. It is the English batteries to the right of our section. They are beginning an hour too soon. According to us, they start punctually at 10 o'clock. What's got them, says Mueller. Their clocks must be fast. There'll be a bombardment, I tell you. I can feel it in my bones. Cat shrugs his shoulders. 3 shells land beside us. The burst of flame shoots across the fog. The fragments howl and drone. We shiver and are glad to think that we should be back in the huts early in the morning. Our faces are neither paler nor more flushed than usual. They are not more tense nor more flabby, and yet they are changed. We feel that in our blood a contact has shot home. That is no figure of speech, it is fact. It is the front, the consciousness of the front that makes this contact. The moment that the first shells whistle over and the air is rent with the explosions, there is suddenly in our veins, in our hands, in our eyes a tense waiting, a watching, a heightened alertness, a strange sharpening of the senses. The body with one bound is in full readiness. I guess that's stress and adrenaline. It's something you want to turn on at about that point, I imagine. It often seems to me as though it were the vibrating, shuddering air with a noiseless leap springs upon us, or as though the front itself emitted an electric current which awakened unknown nerve centers. Every time it is the same. We start out for the front plain soldiers, either cheerful or gloomy. Then come the first gun emplacements, and every word of our speech has a new ring and a hiccup. When Cat stands in front of the hut and says, "There'll be a bombardment," that is merely his own opinion. But if he says it here, then the sentence has the sharpness of a bayonet in the moonlight. It cuts clean through the thought. It thrusts near and speaks to this unknown thing that has awakened in us a dark meaning. There'll be a bombardment. Perhaps it is our inner and most secret life that shrivels and falls on guard. To me, the front is a mysterious whirlpool. Though I am still in water far away from its center, I feel the whirl of the vortex sucking me slowly, irresistibly, inescapably into itself. From the earth, from the air, sustaining forces pour into us, mostly from the earth. To no man does the earth mean so much as to the soldier. When he presses himself down upon her long and powerfully, when he buries his face and his limbs deep in her from the fear of death by the shell fire, then she is his only friend, his brother, his mother. He stifles his terror and his cries in her silence and her security. She shelters him and gives him a new lease of 10 seconds of life, receives him again, and often forever. Earth, earth, earth. Earth with thy folds and hollows and holes into which a man may fling himself and crouch down, in the spasm of terror, under the hailing of annihilation, in the bellowing death of the explosions. O earth, thou grantest us the great resisting urge of new-won life. Our being, almost utterly carried away by the fury of the storm, streams back through our hands from thee, and we, thy redeemed ones, bury ourselves in thee. And through the long minutes, in a mute agony of hope, bite into thee with our lips. At the sound of the first droning of the shells, we rush back, in one part of our being 1,000 years. By the animal instinct that has awakened in us, we are led and protected. It is not consciousness. It is far quicker and much more sure, less fallible than consciousness. One cannot explain it. A man is walking along without thought or heed. Suddenly he throws himself down on the ground, and a storm of fragments flies harmlessly over him. Yet he cannot remember either to have heard the shell coming or to have thought of flinging himself down. But he had not abandoned himself to the impulse. But had he not abandoned himself to the impulse, he would now be a lump of mangled flesh. It is this other, his second sight in us, that has thrown us to the ground and saved us, without our knowing how. If it were not so, There would not be one man alive from Flanders to the Vosges. To the Vosges? The Vosges. We march up, moody or good-tempered soldiers. We reach the zone where the front begins and become, on the instant, human animals. An indignant-looking wood receives us. We pass by the soup kitchens. Under cover of the wood, we climb out. The lorries turn back. They are to collect us again in the morning, before dawn. That's right, keep the vehicles safe. Mist and the smoke of guns lie breast high over the fields. The moon is shining. Along the road, troops file. Their helmets gleam softly in the moonlight. The heads and the rifles stand out above the white mist, nodding heads, rocking carriers of guns. Farther on, the mist ends. Here the heads become figures. Coats, trousers, and boots appear out of the mist as from a milky pool. They become a column. The column marches on, straight ahead. The figures resolve themselves into a block. Individuals are no longer recognizable. The dark wedge presses onward, fantastically topped by the heads and weapons floating off on the milky pool. A column, not men at all. Oh, hello, Clue. Welcome in, friend. Thank you for the lurk. Guns and munition wagons are moving along a crossroad. The backs of the horses shine in the moonlight. Their movements are beautiful. They toss their heads and their eyes gleam. The guns and the wagons float before the dim background of the moonlit landscape. The riders in their steel helmets resemble knights of a forgotten time. It is strangely beautiful and arresting. We push on to the pioneer dump. Some of us load our shoulders with pointed and twisted iron stakes. Others thrust smooth iron rods through rolls of wire and go off with them. The burdens are awkward and heavy. The ground becomes more broken. From ahead come warnings. Look out! Deep shell hole on the left. Mind trenches. Trenches. Why am I not saying that? Trench as. Mind multiple hole in grounds. Trenches, yes. A terrifying word in this story, I'm sure. Our eyes peer out. Our feet and our sticks feel in front of us before they take the weight of the body. Suddenly the line halts. I bump my face against the roll of wire carried by the man in front and curse. There are some shell-smashed lorries in the road. Another order. Cigarettes and pipes out. Oh, yeah, put them out. We're getting near the line. In the meantime, it has become pitch dark. We skirt a small wood and then have the front line immediately before us. An uncertain red glow spreads along the skyline from one end to the other. It is in perpetual movement, punctuated with the bursts of flame from the muzzles of the batteries. Balls of light rise up high above it, silver and red spheres which explode and rain down in showers of red, white, and green stars. French rockets go up, which unfold a silk parachute to the air and drift slowly down. They light up everything as bright as day. Their light shines in us and we see our shadows sharply outlined on the ground. They hover for the space of a minute before they burn out. Immediately fresh ones shoot up to the sky and again green, red, and blue stars. Bombardment, says Cat. The thunder of the guns swell to a single heavy roar and then breaks up again into separate explosions. The dry bursts of the machine guns rattle. Above us, the air teems with invisible swift movement and howls, pipings, and hisses. They are the smaller shells. And amongst them, booming through the night like an organ to the great coal boxes and the heavies, they have a horse. Distant bellow like a rutting stag and make their way high above the howl and whistle of the smaller shells. It reminds me of flocks of wild geese when I hear them. Last autumn, the wild geese flew day after day across the path of the shells. The searchlights begin to sweep the dark sky. They slide along it like gigantic tapering rulers. One of them pauses and quivers a little. Immediately a second is beside him. A black insect is caught between them and tries to escape. The airman. He hesitates, is blinded, and falls. I guess they hit him. At regular intervals we ram in the iron stakes. 2 men hold a roll and the others spool off a barbed wire. It is that awful stuff with close-set long spikes. I am not used to unrolling it and tear my hand. After a few hours it is done. But there is still some time before the lorries come. Most of us lie down and sleep. I try also, but it has turned too chilly. Near to the sea, one is constantly waked by the cold. Hello, 1TW1. You've been here before. Welcome to the story reading. T-Dub. Oh, where was I? It's too cold to sleep. Once I fall fast asleep, then waking suddenly with a start, I do not know where I am. I see the stars, I see the rockets, and for a moment have the impression that I have fallen asleep at a garden fete. I don't know whether it is morning or evening. I lie in the pale cradle of the twilight and listen for soft words which will come, soft and near. Am I crying? I put my hand to my eyes. It is so fantastic. Am I a child? Smooth skin. It lasts only a second. Then I recognize the silhouette of Kaczynski. The old veteran, he sits quietly and smokes his pipe. A covered pipe, of course. When he sees I am awake, he says, "That gave you a fright? It was only a nose cap. It landed in the bushes over there." I sit up. I feel myself strangely alone. It's good that Cat is there. It's good Cat is there. He gazes thoughtfully at the front and says, "Mighty fine fireworks if they weren't so dangerous." One lands behind us. 2 recruits jump up, terrified. A couple of minutes later, another comes over, nearer this time. Cat knocks out his pipe. It makes it glow. Then it begins in earnest. We crawl away as well as we can in our haste. The next lands fair among us. 2 fellows cry out. Green rockets shoot up at the skyline. A barrage. The mud flies high. Fragments whiz past. The crack of the guns is heard long after the roar of the explosions. Beside us lays a fair-headed recruit in utter terror. He has buried his face in his hands. His helmet has fallen off. I fish hold of it and try to put it back on his head. He looks up, pushes the helmet off, and like a child creeps under my arm, his head close to my breast. The little shoulders heave. Shoulders just like Emerich's. I let him be. So that the helmet should be of some use, I stick it on his behind. Not for a jest, but out of consideration, since that is his highest part. And though there is plenty of meat there, a shot in it can be damned painful. Besides, a man has to lie a whole month on his belly in the hospital, and afterwards he would be almost sure to have a limp. It's got someone pretty badly. Cries are heard between the explosions. At last it grows quiet. The fire has lifted over us and is now dropping on the reserves. We risk a look. Red rockets shoot up to the sky. Apparently there's an attack coming. No pain, no go away. Yeah. There's a lot of pain here too. Where we are, it is still quiet. I sit up and shake the recruit by the shoulder. All over, kid. It's all right this time. He looks around him dazedly. You'll get used to it soon, I tell him. He sees his helmet and puts it on. Gradually he comes to, then suddenly he turns fiery red and looks confused. Cautiously, he reaches his hand to his behind and looks at me dismally. I understand at once. Gun-shy. That wasn't the reason I had stuck his helmet over it. That's no disgrace, I reassure him. Many's the man before you has had his pants full after the first bombardment. Go behind that bush there and throw your underpants away. Get along. They only give meds to the officers? Yeah, that's true. Wait, Sid, does Valana know what I have what I've had done? I haven't told her. Nope. That's your business, friend. Yes. Erich, yeah. Throw your underpants away. Get along. I guess, yeah, you kind of just gotta throw them away. You probably can't clean them properly in that environment. You probably don't want to have poopy pants. He goes off. Things become quieter, but the cries do not cease. What's up, Albert? I asked. A couple of columns over there have got it in the neck. The cries continue. It's not men. They cannot cry so terribly. Wounded horses, says Cat. I guess at least perhaps a few pairs of spare undies would be a good idea. I doubt they let you take so much. And spare socks, yeah. Yeah, you need spare socks. It's unendurable. It is the moaning of the world. It is the martyred creation. Wild with anguish, filled with terror and groaning. I feel really bad for the horses. Basically innocent creatures. We are pale. Dettering stands up. God, for God's sake, shoot them. He is a farmer, and very fond of horses. It gets under his skin. Then, as if deliberately, the fire dies down again. The screaming of the beasts becomes louder. One can no longer distinguish whence in this now quiet, silvery landscape it comes. Ghostly, invisible. It is everywhere. Between heaven and earth it rolls on immeasurably. Dettering raves and yells out, shoot them, can't you? Damn you again. They must look after the men first, says Cat quietly. I mean, you can just shoot the horses. We stand up and try to see where it is. If we could only see the animals, we should be able to endure it better. Mueller has a pair of glasses. We see a dark group, bears with stretchers and larger black clumps moving about. Those were the wounded horses, but not all of them. Some gallop away in the distance, fall down, and then run on farther. The belly of one is ripped open and the guts trail out. It becomes tangled in them and falls, and then stands up again. Let's just say if I had an outfit, I could make a great penguin. Thank you, Sage. Dettering raises his gun and aims. Cat hits it up in the air. Are you mad? Dettering trembles and throws his rifle on the ground. We sit down and hold our ears, but this appalling noise, these groans and screams penetrate. They penetrate everywhere. We can bear almost anything, but now the sweat breaks out on us. We must get up and run, no matter where, but where these cries can no longer be heard, and it is not men, only horses. Yeah, but they didn't come here. No one could explain to them what was going to happen, and they have no idea what's going on. They're innocent. And they're dying and being tortured for the sake of men. I feel more sympathy for the horses. I feel great sympathy for the soldiers to start. From the dark group, stretchers move off again. Then single shots crack out. The black heap is convulsed and becomes thinner. At last. But still, it is not the end. The men cannot overtake the wounded beasts which fly in their pain, their wide open mouths full of anguish. One of the men goes down on his knee, a shot. One horse drops. Another. The last one props himself on his forelegs and drags himself around in a circle like a merry-go-round, squatting. It drags round in circles on its stiffened forelegs. Apparently its back is broken. The soldier runs up and shoots it. Slowly, humbly, it sinks to the ground. We take our hands from our ears. The cries are silenced. Only a long, drawn, dying sigh still hangs on the air. Then again, only the rockets, the singing of the shells and the stars, and they shine out wonderfully. Dettering walks up and down, cursing, like to know what harm they've done. He returns to it once again. His voice is agitated. It sounds almost dignified as he says, I tell you, it is the vilest baseness to use horses in the war. Yeah, it kind of really is. It's certainly up there. We go back. It is time we returned to the lorries. The sky has become a bit brighter. 3 o'clock in the morning. The breeze is fresh and cool. The pale hour makes our faces look gray. We trudge onward in single file through the trenches and shell holes and come again to the zone of mist. Kaczynski is restive. That's a bad sign. What's up, cat? Says Krop. I wish I were back home. Home, he means the huts. It won't last much longer, cat. He is nervous. I don't know why I'm suddenly speaking with a slight Scottish or Irish accent. That's about as far from me there as you can get. We come to the communication trench, and then to the open fields. The little wood reappears. We know every foot of ground here. There's a cemetery with the mounds and the black crosses. That moment it breaks out behind us, swells, roars, and thunders. We duck down. A cloud of flame shoots up 100 yards ahead of us. The next minute, under a second explosion, part of the wood rises slowly in the air. 3 or 4 trees sail up and then crash to pieces. The shells begin to hiss like safety valves. Heavy fire. Take cover, yells somebody. Cover! The fields are flat. The wood is too distant and dangerous. The only cover is the graveyard and the mounds. We stumble across in the dark, and as though spirited away, every man lays glued behind a mound. Not a moment too soon. The dark goes mad. It heaves and raves. Darknesses blacker than the night rush on us with giant strides, over us and away. The flames of the explosions light up the graveyard. There is no escape anywhere. By the light of the shells, I try to get a view of the fields. They are a surging sea, Daggers of flame from the explosions leap up like fountains. It is impossible for anyone to break through it. The wood vanishes. It is pounded, crushed, torn to pieces. We must stay here in the graveyard. A little ironic. The earth bursts before us. It rains clods. I feel a smack. My sleeve is torn away by a splinter. I shut my fist. No pain. Still, that does not reassure me. Wounds don't hurt till afterwards. I feel the arm all over. It's grazed but sound. Now a crack on the skull. I begin to lose consciousness. Like lightning, the thought comes to me, don't faint. Sink down in the black broth and immediately come up to the top again. A splinter slashes into my helmet, but has traveled so far that it does not go through. I wipe the mud out of my eyes. A hole is torn up in front of me. Shells hardly ever land in the same hole twice. I'll get into it. With one bound, I fling myself down and lie on the earth as flat as a fish. There it whistles again. Quickly I crouch together, claw for cover. Feel something on the left, shove in beside it. Gives way. I groan. The earth leaps. The blast thunders in my ears. I creep under the yielding thing, cover myself with it, draw it over me. It is wood, cloth, cover, miserable cover against the whizzing splinters. That's an interesting idea. It never lands in the same place twice. I wonder if that's hopeful superstition or if there's some, math behind it. I open my eyes. My fingers grasp a sleeve, an arm. A wounded man? I yell to him. No answer. A dead man. My hand gropes farther. Splinters of wood. Now I remember again that we are laying in the graveyard. A long dead man. But the shelling is stronger than everything. Excuse me. It wipes out the sensibilities. I merely crawl still deeper into the coffin. It should protect me, and especially as death himself lies in it too. Before me gapes the shell hole. I grasp it with my eyes as with my fists. With one leap, I must be in it. There. I get a smack in the face. A hand clamps onto my shoulder. Has the dead man waked up? The hand shakes me. I turn my head. In the second of light, I stare into the face of Kaczynski. He has his mouth wide open and is yelling. I hear nothing. He rattles me, comes near. In a momentary lull, his voice reaches me. Gas! 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 Pass it on! I grab for my gas mask. Some distance from me there lies someone. I think of nothing but this. That fellow there must know. Gas! Gas! I call. I lean toward him. I swipe at him with the satchel he doesn't see. Once again. Again, he merely ducks. It's a recruit. I look at Cat desperately. He has his mask ready. I pull out mine too. My helmet falls to one side. It slips over my face. I reach the man. His satchel is on the side nearest me. I seize the mask, pull it over his head. He understands. I let go and with a jump drop back into the shell hole. The dull thud of the gas shells mingles with the crashes of the high explosives. A bell sounds between the explosions, gongs, and metal clappers warning everyone, gas, gas, gas. Sometimes a book repeats a word and puts a lot of dashes between them, and I don't know if I capture what they're trying to do with that. There's a lot of fucking gas coming, is what I'm getting here. Someone plumps down behind me, another. I wipe the goggles of my ass clear of the moist breath. It is Cat, Crop, and someone else. All four of us lie there in heavy, watchful suspense and breathe as lightly as possible. Thanks. I don't know if I'm... Yeah. It just feels repetitive in my own head. That's all. TW going crazy with the emotes. Yeah, there'd be panic. Yeah, okay, they're breathing as lightly as possible. These first minutes with the mask decide between life and death. Is it tightly woven? I remember the awful sights in the hospital, the gas patients who, in day-long suffocation, cough their burnt lungs up in clots. Cautiously, the mouth applied to the valve, I breathe. The gas still creeps over the ground and sinks into all hollows. Like a big, soft jellyfish, it floats into our shell hole and lolls there obscenely. I nudge Cat. It is better to crawl out and lie on top than to stay where the gas collects most. But we don't get as far as that. A second bombardment begins. It is no longer as though the shells roared. It is the earth itself raging. Yeah, there's a reason mustard guard is... Yeah, a lot of biological warfare, right? Gas and biological warfare is all against the Geneva Conventions. With a crash, something black bears down on us. It lands close beside us, a coffin thrown up. I see Cat move and I crawl across. The coffin has hit the fourth man in our hole on his outstretched arm. He tries to tear off his gas mask with the other hand. Crop seizes him just in time, twists the hand sharply behind his back and holds it fast. Cat and I proceed to free the wounded arm. The coffin lid is loose and bursts open. We are easily able to pull it off. We toss the corpse out. It slides down to the bottom of the shell hole. Then we try to loosen the underpart. Fortunately, the man swoons and Crop is able to help us. We no longer have to be careful, but work away till the coffin gives with a sigh before the spade that we have dug in under it. It has grown lighter. Cat takes a piece of the lid, places it under the shattered arm, and we wrap all our bandages round it. For the moment, we can do no more. Inside the gas mask, my head booms and roars. It is nigh bursting. My lungs are tight. They breathe always the same hot, used-up air. The veins in my temples are swollen. I feel I am suffocating. A gray light filters through to us. I climb out over the edge of the shell hole. In the dirty twilight lies a leg torn clean off. The boot is quite whole. I take that all in at a glance. Now someone stands up a few yards distant. I polish the windows. In my excitement, they are immediately dimmed again. I peer through them. The man there no longer wears his mask. I wait some seconds. He has not collapsed. He looks around and makes a few paces. Rattling in my throat, I tear my mask off too and fall down. The air streams into me like cold water. My eyes are bursting. The wave sweeps over me and extinguishes me. That's not the end, sir. I'm just taking a sip. The shelling has ceased. I drag myself to the crater and tell the others. They take off their masks. We lift up the wounded man, one taking his splintered arm, and so we stumble off hastily. The graveyard is a mass of wreckage. Coffins and corpses lie strewn about. They have been killed once again, but each of them that was flung up saved one of us. The hedge is destroyed. The rails of the light railway are torn up and rise stiffly in the air in great arches. Someone lies in front of us. We stop. Crop goes on alone with the wounded man. The man on the ground is a recruit. His hip is covered with blood. He is so exhausted that I feel for my water bottle where I have rum and tea. Cat restrains my hand and stoops over him. Where's it got you, comrade? His eyes move. He is too weak to answer. We cut off his trousers carefully. He groans. Gently, gently. It is much better. If he has been hit in the stomach, he oughtn't to drink anything. There's no vomiting. That's a good sign. We lay the hip bare. It is one mass of mincemeat and bone splinters. The joint has been hit. This lad won't walk any more. I wet his temples with a moistened finger and give him a swig. His eyes move again. We see now that the right arm is bleeding as well. Cat spreads out two wads of dressing as wide as possible so that they will cover the wound. I look for something to bind loosely round it. We have nothing more, so I slit up the wounded man's trouser leg still farther in order to use a piece of his underpants as a bandage. But he is wearing none. I now look at him closely. He is the fair-headed boy of a little while ago. In the meantime, Cat has taken a bandage from a dead man's pocket, and we carefully bind the wound. I say to the youngster who looks at us fixedly, "We're going for a stretcher now." And he opens his mouth and whispers, "Stay here." "We'll be back soon," says Cat. "We're only going to get a stretcher for you." We don't know if he understands. He whimpers like a child and plucks at us. "Don't go away." Cat looks around and whispers, "Shouldn't we just take a revolver and put an end to it?" The youngster will hardly survive the carrying, and at the most he will only last a few days. What he has gone through so far is nothing to what he is in for till he dies. Now he is numb. He feels nothing. In an hour he will become one screaming bundle of intolerable pain. Every day that he can live will be a howling torture. And to whom does it matter whether he has them or not? I nod. Yes, Cat. We ought to put him out of his misery. He stands still a moment. He has made up his mind. We look round, but we are no longer alone. A little group is gathering. From the shell holes and trenches appear heads. We get a stretcher. Cat shakes his head. Such a kid, he repeats it. Young innocence. Our losses are less than what was to be expected. 5 killed and 8 wounded. It was in fact quite a short bombardment. 2 of our dead lie in the upturned graves. We had merely to throw the earth in on them. We go back. We trot off silently in single file, one behind the other. The wounded are taken to the dressing station. The morning is cloudy. The bearers make a fuss about numbers and tickets. The wounded whimper. It begins to rain. An hour later, we reach our lorries and climb in. There is more room now than there was. The rain becomes heavier. We take out waterproof sheets and spread them over our heads. The rain rattles down and flows off at the sides in streams. The lorries bump through the holes, and we rock to and fro in a half-sleep. 2 men in the front of the lorry have long forked poles. They watch for telephone wires which hang crosswise over the road so densely that they might easily pull our heads off. The 2 fellows take them at the right moment on their poles and lift them over behind us. We hear their call, "Mind, wire," dip the knee in a half-sleep, and straighten up again. That's why we have codes, I guess. Monotonously, the lorries sway. Monotonously come the calls. monotonously falls the rain. It falls on our heads, and on the heads of the dead up in the line, on the body of the little recruit with a wound that is so much too big for his hip. It falls on Kemmerich's grave. It falls in our hearts. An explosion sounds somewhere. We wince. Our eyes become tense. Our hands are ready to vault over the side of the lorry into the ditch by the road. It goes no farther. Only the monotonous cry. Mind, wire, our knees bend. We are again half asleep. Chapter 5. Killing each separate louse is a tedious business when a man has hundreds. Ooh. Good hugs. The little beasts are hard, and the everlasting crack with one's fingernails very soon becomes wearisome. So Jaden has rigged up the lid of a boot polish tin with a piece of wire over the lighted stump of a candle. The lice are simply thrown into this little pan. Crack. And they're done for. We sit around with our shirts on our knees, our bodies naked to the warm air and our hands at work. I has a particularly fine brand of louse. They have a red cross on their heads. He suggests that he brought them back with him from the hospital at Thauerhout, where they attended personally on a Surgeon General. He says he means to use the fat and that slowly accumulates in the tin lid for polishing his boots, and roars with laughter for half an hour at his own joke. But he hasn't much success today. We are too preoccupied with another affair. The rumor has materialized. Hemmelstas has come. He appeared yesterday. We've already heard the well-known voice. He seems to have overdone it with a couple of young recruits on the plowed field at home, and unknown to him, the son of the local magistrate was watching. That cooked his goose. He will meet some surprises here. Jaden has been meditating for hours what to say to him. I gazes thoughtfully at his great paws and winks at me. The thrashing was the high watermark of his life. He tells me he often dreams of it. The thrashing was... Oh, sorry, I just literally read that. Sorry, I glanced over at chat, came back, and started at the spot I had just finished at. It was a good moment in his life. He tells me he often... Yeah, Kropp and Mueller are amusing themselves. From somewhere or other, probably the Pioneer Cookhouse, Kropp has bagged for himself a mess tin full of beans. Mueller squints hungrily into it, but checks himself and says, "Albert, what would you do if it were suddenly peacetime again?" "There won't be any civil life," says Albert bluntly. "Well, but if..." Mueller persists. Mueller. "What would you do?" "Clear out of this," growls Kropp. "Of course. And then what?" "Get drunk," says Albert. "Don't talk rot. I mean seriously." "So do I," says Kropp. "What else should a man do?" Cat becomes interested. He levies tribute on Kropp's tin of beans, swallows some, then considers for a while and says, "You might get drunk first, of course, but then you take the next train for home and mother. Peacetime, man, Albert." Fumbles in his oilcloth pocketbook for a photograph and suddenly shows it all around. "My old people." Then he puts it back and swears, "Damned lousy war." "It's all very well for you to talk," I tell him. "You have a wife and children." "True," he nods. "And I have to see to it that they have something to eat." We laugh. "They won't lack for that, Cat. You'd scrounge it from somewhere." Mueller is insatiable and gives himself no peace. He wakes high, Sir I, restless out of his dream. I, What would you do if it was peacetime? Give you a kick in the backside for the way you talk, I say. How does it come about exactly? How does the cow shit come on the roof? Retorts Mueller laconically, and turns to I, Westless again. It is too much for I. He shakes his freckled head. You mean when the war's over? Exactly, you've said it. Well, there'd be women, of course, eh? I licks his lips. Sure. By Jove, yes, says I, his face melting. Then I'd grab some good bummock's dame, some real kitchen wench with plenty to get hold of, you know, and jump straight into bed. Just you think, boys, a real feather bed with a spring mattress. I wouldn't put trousers on again for a week. Everyone is silent. The picture is too good. Our flesh creeps. At last Mueller pulls himself together and says, and then what? A pause. And I explains rather awkwardly. If I were a non-com, I'd stay with the Prussians and serve out my time. Aye, you've got a screw loose, surely, I say. Have you ever dug peat? He retorts good-naturedly. You try it. Well, thank you for the hug, Sage. Then he pulls a spoon out of the top of his boot and reaches over into Krop's mess tin. Can't be worse than digging trenches, I venture. I chews and grins. It lasts longer, though, and there's no getting out of it either. But man, surely it's better at home. Oh, Sage, I guess it's time for a shower. Hygiene's important. But man, surely it's better at home. Some ways, says he, with mouth open, sinks into the and with mouth open sinks into a daydream. You can see what he is thinking. There is the mean little hut on the moors, the hard work on the hearth, on the heath from morning till night in the heat. The miserable pay, the dirty laborer's clothes. Gotta wait a week. You have water wipes, that's all. Yeah, gotta exhaust yourself cleaning. Oh, it's okay. It's fine. Valena has to have a shower too, it seems. In the army, in peacetime, you've nothing to trouble about, he goes on. Your food's found every day, or else you kick up a row. You've a bed, every week, clean underwear like a perfect gent. You do your non-com's duty, you have a good suit of clothes. In the evening, you're a free man and go off to the pub. I is extraordinarily set on his idea. He's in love with it. And when your 12 years are up, you get your pension and become a village bobby, and you can walk around the whole day. He's already sweating on it. And just you think how you'd be treated. Here, a dram. There, a pint. Or a pint. Everybody wants to be well in with a bobby. You'll never be a non-com, though, I, interrupts Cat. I looks at him sadly and is silent. His thoughts still linger over the clear evenings in autumn, the Sundays in the heather, the village bells, the afternoons and evenings with the servant girls, the fried bacon and barley, the carefree evening hours in the alehouse. He can't part with all these dreams so abruptly, and merely growls, "What silly questions you do ask." He pulls his shirt over his head and buttons up his tunic. "What would you do to Jaden?" asks Krop. Jaden thinks only of one thing. See to it that Emotes doesn't get past me. Apparently, he would like most to have him in a cage and sail into him with a club every morning. To Krop, he says warmly, "If I were in your place, I'd see to it that I became a lieutenant. Then you could grind him till the water in his backside boils." Water in his backside. Interesting. "And you, Dettering?" asks Mueller like an inquisitor. He's a born schoolmaster with all his questions. She gets a pass. She crotcheting a Groudon. Yeah, I guess so. She still has to take a damn shower. Yes. Dettering is sparing with his words, but on this subject he speaks. He looks at the sky and says only the one sentence. I would go straight on with the harvesting. Then he gets up and walks off. He is worried. His wife has to look after the farm. They've already taken away 2 of his horses. Every day he reads the papers that come to see whether it is raining in his little corner of Oldenburg. They haven't brought the hay in yet. At this moment, Himmelstas appears. He comes straight up to our group. Jaden's face turns red. He stretches his length on the grass and shuts his eyes in embarrassment. Himmelstas is a little hesitant. His gait becomes slower, and he marches up to us. No one makes any motion to stand up. Crop looks up at him with interest. Yeah, poor Sage. He continues to stand in front of us and wait. As no one says anything, he launches a, well? A couple of seconds go by. Apparently Himmelstas doesn't quite know what to do. He would like most to set us all on the run again, but he seems to have learned already that the front line isn't a parade ground. He tries it on, though. By addressing himself to one instead of to all of us, hopes to get some response. Crop is nearest, so he favors him. Well, you here too? But Albert's no friend of his. A bit longer than you, I fancy, he retorts. The red mustache twitches. You don't recognize me anymore, what? Jaden now opens his eyes. I do, though. Himmelstas turns to him. Jaden, isn't it? Jaden lifts his head. And do you know what you are? Himmelstas is disconcerted. Since when have we become so familiar? I don't remember that we ever slept in the gutter together. He has no idea what to make of the situation. He didn't expect this open hostility, but he is on his guard. Someone has already dinned some rot into him about getting a shot in the back. The question about the gutter makes Jaden so mad that he becomes almost witty. No, you slept there by yourself. Himmelstas begins to boil, but Jaden gets in ahead of him. He must bring off his insult. Wouldn't you like to know what you are? A dirty hound. That's what you are. Been wanting to tell you that for a long time. The satisfaction of months shines in the dull pig's eyes as he spits out dirty hound. Himmelstas lets fly too now. What's that, you muckrake? You dirty peat stealer? Stand up there. Bring your heels together when your superior officer speaks to you. Jaden winks solemnly. You take a run and jump at yourself, Take a run and jump at yourself, Himmelstas. Himmelstas is a raising book of army regulations. The Kaiser couldn't be more insulted. To Jaden, I command you as your superior officer. Stand up. Anything else you would like? Asked Jaden. You will obey my order, or will you obey my order or not? Oh crap. We have ads. What a great place to pause for ads. Let's see if Jaden is going to bow his head to the filthy hound. Let's see you in 3. Man. I suppose I could do this without my headset, but it would feel very weird. There. If one's at the computer, one wears the headset. It's a rule or something. Alright, where were we? Oh yes. Himmelstas is trying to swing his authority around. Will you obey my order or not? Jaden replies, without knowing it, in the well-known classical phrase. At the same time, he ventilates his backside. I'll have you court-martialed, storms Himmelsdorf. We watch him disappear in the direction of the orderly room. I and Jaden burst into a regular Pete Digger's bellow. I laugh so much that he dislocates his jaw. Oh, that poor bastard. And suddenly stands there helpless with his mouth wide open. Albert has to put it back again by giving it a blow with his fist. Oh. I've dislocated my shoulder quite a few times in my life, and that's just creepy. Ugh. No thank you. Somehow, the poor kid's hip being ripped open is fine, but the dislocated jaw is what creeps me out. Cat is troubled. If he reports you, it'd be pretty serious. Do you think he will? Asks Jaden. Sure to, I say. The least you'll get will be 5 days close arrest, says Cat. That doesn't worry Jaden. 5 days clink or 5 days arrest. And if they send you to the fortress, urges the thoroughgoing Mueller. Well, for the time being, the war will be over, so far as I'm concerned. For the time being, the war will be over, so far as I'm concerned. Jaden is a cheerful soul. There aren't any worries for him. He goes off with I and Lear, so they won't find him in the first flush of the excitement. That's a crazy perspective, right? It's like, you're in the worst place you possibly could be already. What are they going to do? Make your life easier? Just madness. Even like if you're in a country that has like hard labor, right? Hard labor for prisoners, right? That kind of abuse of humanity. So what? You already have hard labor in the military. And only in the military you then go into fields where you get bombed on and your body gets ripped apart and you die slow, painful deaths. Right? And then and the food, I know damn well, like, because like of the tasting history show that we watched, the food gets real bad. Like prison rations look pretty good compared to some periods in like the wars. Oh, let's see. Yeah, all right. They took off so they wouldn't get found. Mueller hasn't finished yet. He tackles Crop again. Albert, if you were really at home now, what would you do? Crop is contented now and more accommodating. How many of us were there in the class exactly? We count up. Out of 20, 7 are dead, 4 wounded, 1 in a madhouse. That makes 12 privates. 3 of them are lieutenants, says Mueller. Do you think they would still let Kantorek sit on them? Sit on them. We guessed not. We wouldn't let ourselves be sat on, for that matter. What do you mean by the threefold theme in William Tell? Asks Crop reminiscently and roars with laughter. What was the purpose of the Poetic League of Göttingen? Göttingen? Perhaps, asks Mueller suddenly and earnestly. How many children had Charles the Bald? I interrupted gently. You'll never make anything of your life, Bomber, croaks Mueller. When was the Battle of Zana? Crop wants to know. You lack the studious mind, Crop. Sit down. 3 minus... A wink. What offices did Lycurgus consider the most important for the state? Asks Mueller, pretending to take off his pince-nez. His pince-nez. I don't know what a pince-nez is. And I assume it's some sort of hat. Let's take a look. Come on, internet. Tell me what a pince-nez is. It's a hyphenated word. A style of glasses. Oh, in the early 20th century, that are supported without earpieces by pinching the bridge of the nose. Oh, okay. Fair. They have a name. And Valana, you hadn't told me that my whole lifetime, and you knew that? Crazy. Does it go, we Germans fear God and none else in the whole world, or we, the Germans, fear God and... I submit. How many inhabitants has Melbourne? Asked Mueller. How do you expect to succeed in life if you don't know that? I ask Albert hotly. Which he caps with, what is meant by cohesion? I think they're making fun of a lot of their schooling, I guess, and how useless it seems right now, perhaps. A hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, Sage. It's a little sip there, yeah. We remember mighty little of all that rubbish. Anyway, it has never been the slightest use to us. At school, nobody ever taught us how to light a cigarette in a storm of rain, nor how a fire could be made with wet wood, nor that it is best to stick a bayonet in the belly because there it doesn't get jammed, as it does in the ribs. Mueller says thoughtfully, what's the use? We'll have to go back and sit on the forms again. You going to sleep, Sage? Good luck, buddy. Rest well and heal quickly. I consider that out of the question. We might take a special exam. That needs preparation. And if you do get through, what then? A student's life isn't any better. If you have no money, you have to work like the devil. It's a bit better, but it's rot all the same, everything they teach you. Crop supports me. How could a man take all that stuff seriously when he's once been out here? Still, you must have an occupation of some sort, insists Mueller, as though he were Cantorek himself. Albert cleans his nails with a knife. We are surprised at this delicacy, but it is merely pensiveness. He puts the knife away and continues. That's just it. Cat, Dettering, and I will go back to their jobs because they had them already. Himmelstas too. But we never had any. How will we ever get used to one after this here? He makes a gesture toward the front. We'll want a private income, and then we'll be able to live by ourselves in a wood, I say. But at once feel ashamed of this absurd idea. But what will really happen when we go back? Wonders Mueller, and even he is troubled. Crop gives a shrug. I don't know. Let's get back first, and then we'll find out. We are all utterly at a loss. What can we do? I ask. I don't want to do anything, replies Crop wearily. You'll be dead one day, so what does it matter? I don't think we'll ever go back. That's like an attitude from like, he's literally known nothing else. Can't imagine what else there could be. So this must be how it will always be. Right? An inability to empathize with any other situation, I suppose, in a sense. When I think about it, Albert, I say after a while, rolling over on my back, when I hear the word peacetime, it goes to my head. And if it really came, I think I would do some unimaginable thing, something, that is worth having lain here in the muck for. But I can't even imagine anything. Excuse me, that was not in the script. All I do know is that this business about professions and studies and salaries and so on, it makes me sick. It is and always was disgusting. I don't see anything. I don't see anything at all, Albert. And that's a lack of education. He doesn't have that context. All at once, everything seems to me confused and hopeless. Yeah, I can understand why a soldier who has known nothing else because he got drafted right out of high school, or quote-unquote volunteered right out of high school, and has known nothing but the front line and war, would be confused and perhaps scared about what would happen after war, with no skill sets at all, especially with what we know today about what happens soldiers and veterans who come back and have no other skill sets. They can't know that then, but I guess the war will never leave them in one way or another. Crop feels it too. It will go pretty hard with us all, but nobody at home seems to worry much about it. 2 years of shells and bombs, a man won't peel that off as easy as a sock. We agree that it's the same for everyone, not only for us here, but everywhere, for everyone who is of our age, to some more and to others less. It is the common fate of our generation. Albert expresses it. The war has ruined us for everything. He is right. We are not youth any longer. We don't want to take the world by storm. We are fleeing. We fly from ourselves, from our life. We were 18 and we had begun to love life and the world, and we had to shoot it to pieces. The first bomb, the first explosion, burst in our hearts. We are cut off from activity, from striving, from progress. We believe in such things no longer. We believe in the war. The orderly room shows signs of life. Himmelstas seems to have stirred them up. At the head of the column trots the fat sergeant major. It is queer that almost all pay sergeant majors are fat. Himmelstas follows him, thirsting for vengeance. His boots gleam in the sun. We get up. Where's Jaden? The sergeant puffs. No one knows, of course. Himmelstas glowers at us wrathfully. You know very well. You won't say. That's the fact of the matter. Out with it. Fatty looks around inquiringly, but Tajajin is not to be seen. He tries another way. Tajajin will report at the orderly room in 10 minutes. Then he steams off with Himmelstas in his wake. I have a feeling that next time we go up wiring, I'll be letting a bundle of wire fall on Himmelstas's legs. Or a leg, hints Crop. We'll have quite a lot of jokes with him, laughs Mueller. That is our sole ambition, to knock the conceit out of a postman. I go into the hut and put Tajajin wise. He disappears. Then we change our posse and lie down again to play cards. We know how to do that. To play cards, to swear and to fight. Not much for 20 years, and yet too much for 20 years. Half an hour later, Himmelstas is back again. Nobody pays any attention to him. He asks for Tajajin. We shrug our shoulders. Then you'd better find him, he persists. Haven't you been to look for him? Crop lies back in the grass and says, Have you ever been out here before? That's none of your business, reports Himmelstas. I expect an answer. Very good, says Crop, getting up. See there where those little white clouds are? Those are anti-aircraft. We were over there yesterday. 5 dead and 8 wounded. It was a lot of fun. Next time when you go up with us, before they die, the fellows will come up to you, click their heels, and ask stiffly, Please may I go? Please may I hop it? We've been waiting here a long time for someone like you. He sits down again, and Himmelstas disappears like a comet. 3 days, CB, Cat conjectures. Next time I'll let fly, I said to Albert. But that is the end. The case comes up for trial in the evening. In the orderly room sits our Lieutenant Bertink and calls us in one after another. I have to appear as a witness and explain the reason of Tajajin's insubordination. The story of the bedwetting makes an impression. Himmelstas is recalled, and I repeat my statement. Is that right? Bertink asks Himmelstas. He tries to evade the question, but in the end has to confess. For Crop tells the same story. Why didn't someone report the matter then? Asks Bertink. We are silent. He must know himself how much use it is reporting such things in the army. It isn't usual to make complaints in the army. He understands it all right, though. and lectures Himmelstas, making it plain to him that the front isn't a parade ground. Then comes to Jaden's turn, who gets a long sermon and 3 days of open arrest. He gives Crop a wink and 1 day's open arrest. It can't be helped, he says to him regretfully. He's a decent fellow. Open arrest is quite pleasant. The Clink was once a fowl house. There we can visit the prisoners. We know how to manage it. Close arrest would have meant the cellar. Yeah, report it to who? Exactly. Report it to your commanding officer, the one abusing you. He's right there anyways. It's really easy. They used to tie us to a tree, but that is forbidden now. In many ways, we are treated quite like men. I'm glad in many ways you are treated like men. It would suck if you just weren't treated like men at all, like being sent forward into areas that are being bombarded and told to put down wire. That would be horrible. An hour after Jaden and Crop are settled in behind their wire netting, we make our way into them. Jaden greets us, crowing. Then we play scat far into the night. Jaden wins, of course, the lucky wretch. When we break up, Kat says to me, "What do you say to some roast goose?" "Not bad," I agree. We climb up on a munition wagon. The ride costs us 2 cigarettes. Kat has marked the spot exactly. The shed belongs to a regimental headquarters. I agree to get the goose and receive my instructions. The outhouse is behind the wall, and the door shuts with just a peg. Kat hoists me up. I rest my foot in his hands and climb over the wall. Kat keeps watch below. I wait a few moments to accustom my eyes to the darkness. Then I recognize the shed. Softly I steal across, lift the peg, pull it out, and open the door. I distinguish 2 white patches, 2 geese. That's bad. If I grab one, the other will cackle. Well, both of them. If I'm quick, it can be done. I make a jump. I catch hold of one, and the next instant the second. Like a madman, I bash their heads against the wall to stun them, but I haven't quite enough weight. The beasts cackle and strike out with their feet and wings. I fight desperately, but Lord, what a kick a goose has. They struggle and I stagger about. In the dark, these white patches are terrifying. My arms have grown wings, and I am almost afraid of going up into the sky, as though I held a couple of captive balloons in my fists. Then the row begins. One of them gets his breath and goes off like an alarm clock. Before I can do anything, something comes in from outside. I feel a blow, lie outstretched on the floor, and hear awful growls. A dog. I steal a glance to the side. He makes a snap at my throat. I lie still and tuck my chin into my collar. It's a bulldog. After an eternity, he withdraws his head and sits down beside me. But if I make the least movement, he growls. I consider. The only thing to do is to get hold of my small revolver, and that too before anyone arrives. Inch by inch, I move my hand toward it. I have the feeling that it lasts an hour. The slightest movement, and then an awful growl. I lie still, then try again. When at last I have the revolver, my hand starts to tremble. I press it against the ground, and then say over to myself, jerk up the revolver. Fire before he has a chance to grab, and then jump up. Slowly, I take a deep breath and become calmer. Then I hold my breath, whip up the revolver. It cracks. The dog leaps howling to one side. I make for the door of the shed and fall head over heels over one of the damned geese. At full speed, I seize it again, and with a swing, toss it over the wall and clamber up. No sooner am I on top than the dog is up again and lively as ever and springs at me. Quickly, I let myself drop. 10 paces away stands Cat with the goose under his arm. As soon as he sees me, we run. At last, we can take a breather. The goose is dead. Cat saw to that in a moment. We intend to roast it without telling anybody. I fetch a stove and wood from the hut, and we crawl into a small deserted lean-to, which we use for such purposes. The single window space is heavily curtained. There is a sort of hearth, an iron plate set on some bricks. We kindle a fire. Excuse me as I bash my stream deck with a thick glass. Hello, Gwen. What are you doing here? What could you possibly be in the basement for? She just wanders around the chair. Where are we? We kindle a fire. Cat plucks and cleans the goose. We put the feathers carefully to one side. We intend to make 2 cushions out of them with the inscription, "Sleep soft under shell fire." The sound of the gunfire from the front penetrates into our refuge. The glow of the fire lights up our faces. Shadows dance on the wall. Sometimes a heavy crash and the hut shivers. Aeroplane bombs. Once we hear a stifled cry. A hut must have been hit. Can you imagine going about your quote-unquote daily activities? One, because you have to, you can't not do it. But at the same time, being bombed, knowing that at some point in time you can get hit and just die, and there's nothing you can do about it. Aeroplanes drone. The tack-tack of machine guns breaks out, but no light that could be observed shows from us. We sit opposite one another, Cat and I, 2 soldiers in shabby coats cooking a goose in the middle of the night. We don't talk much, but I believe we have a more complete communion with one another than even lovers have. Oh, I need to give some attention to Kitty Cat. Gwen, come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Come here. She's confused. Why is Sid clapping? You want this? No, it's 2. No, you just ate, didn't you? Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it, so just sit and cook a goose. Yeah, if the goose finishes cooking, you get a meal. If it doesn't, well, then I guess you won't care. Playtime. You just had dinner time, though. Oh, screeches. Good girl. Good girl. We'll play afterwards. It's only been 20 minutes since you fed. Yeah. Where are we? Yes. But I believe we have a more complete communion with one another than even lovers have. We are 2 men, 2 minute sparks of life. Outside is the night and the circle of death. We sit on the edge of it, crouching in danger. The grease drips from our hands. In our hearts we are close to one another, and the hour is like the room, flecked over with the lights and shadows of our feelings cast by a quiet fire. What does he know of me, or I of him? Formerly, we should not have had a single thought in common. Now we sit with the goose between us and feel in unison, and are so intimate that we do not even speak. Hi, Gwen. Come here. Come here. You want to cuddle? You have to dodge the microphone, don't you? Yeah. You're gonna go over here. Gonna sit on the tree. Gonna get off my hand. Just don't mind my hand or anything. That's good. Just like casually left one of her paws on my feet. You wanna come back? Or you just want scritches? Okay. No, you're gonna sit on. Okay. It's a confused little kitty cat. Go, you have a nap. Yeah, so intimate they do not even speak. It takes a long time to roast a goose, even when it is young and fat. So we take turns. One bastes it while the other lies down and sleeps. A grand smell gradually fills the hut. The noises, without increase in volume, pass into my dream, and yet linger in my memory. In a half-sleep I watch Cat dip and raise the ladle. I love him, his shoulders, his angular, stooping figure, and at the same time I see behind him woods and stars, and a clear voice utters words that bring me to peace. To me, a soldier in big boots, belt and knapsack, taking the road that lies before him under the high heaven, quickly forgetting and seldom sorrowful, forever pressing on under the wide night sky. Okay, I rolled over, it say enemies to lovers. Sage go to sleep. Fucking hell. A little soldier in a clear voice, and if anyone were to caress him, he would hardly understand. This soldier with the big boots and shut heart, who marches because he is wearing big boots and has forgotten all else but marching. Beyond the skyline is a country with flowers, laying so still that he would like to weep. There are sights there that he has not forgotten, because he never possessed them, perplexing, yet lost to him. Are not his 20 summers there? That's right, you can't forget what you haven't known. Is my face wet? And where am I? Cat stands before me. His gigantic stooping shadow falls upon me like home. He speaks gently. He smiles and goes back to the fire. Then he says, "It's done." "Yes, Cat." I stir myself. In the middle of the room shines the brown goose. We take out our collapsible forks and our pocket knives, and each cuts off a leg. With it, we have army bread, dipped in gravy. We eat slowly and with gusto. How does it taste, Cat? Good. And yours? Good, Cat. Should do. It's the same meal. We are brothers, and press on one another the choicest pieces. Afterwards, I smoke a cigarette and Cat a cigar. There is still a lot left. How would it be, Cat, if we took a bit to Crop and to Jaden? Sure, says he. We carve off a portion and wrap it carefully in newspaper. The rest we thought of taking over to the hut. Cat laughs and simply says, to Jaden. I agree. We will have to take it all. So we go off to the fowl house to wake them. But first, we pack away the feathers. Crop and Jaden take us for magicians. Then they get busy with their teeth. Jaden holds a wing in his mouth with both hands like a mouth organ and gnaws. He drinks the gravy from the pot and smacks his lips. May I never forget you. We go to our hut. Again, there is the lofty sky with the stars and the oncoming dawn, and I pass on beneath it. A soldier with big boots and a full belly. A little soldier in the early morning. But by my side, stooping and angular, goes Cat, my comrade. The outlines of the hut are upon us in the dawn like a dark, deep sleep. Alright, I guess we can read one more chapter, and that'll probably be time, so... I'll probably get ads in the middle. Hopefully not at the end, because that's quite annoying when you have to go raiding. Oh, let's see. Chapter 6. There are rumors of an offensive. We go up to the front 2 days earlier than usual. On the way, we pass a shelled schoolhouse. Stacked up against its longer side is a high double wall of yellow, unpolished, brand new coffins. They still smell of fir and pine and the forest. There are at least 100. That's a good preparation for the offensive, says Mueller, astonished. They're for us, growls Dettering. Don't talk rot, says Cat to him angrily. You'll be thankful if you get so much as a coffin, grins to Jaden. They'll slip you a waterproof sheet for your old Aunt Sally of a carcass. Lovely, Doc. The others jest too. Unpleasant jests, but what else can a man do? The coffins are really for us. The organization surpasses itself in that kind of thing. Ahead of us, everything is simmering. The first night we try to get our bearings. When it is fairly quiet, we can hear the transports behind the enemy lines rolling ceaselessly until dawn. Kat says that they do not go back, but are bringing up troops. Troops, munitions, and shells. The English artillery has been strengthened. That we can detect at once. There are at least 4 more batteries of 25s to the right of the farm, and behind the poplars they have put in trench mortars. Besides these, they have brought up a number of those little French beasts with instantaneous fuses. We are in low spirits. After we have been in the dugouts for 2 hours, our own shells begin to fall in the trench. This is the 3rd time in 4 weeks. If it were simply a mistaken aim, no one would say anything, but the truth is that the barrels are worn out. The shots are often so uncertain that they land within our own lines. Tonight, 2 of our men were wounded by them. The front is a cage in which we must await fearfully what may happen. We lie under the network of arching shells and live in a suspense of uncertainty. Over us, chance hovers. Chance hovers. If a shot comes, we can duck. That is all. We neither know nor can determine where it will fall. It is this chance that makes us indifferent. A few months ago, I was sitting in a dugout playing scat. After a while, I stood up and went to visit some friends in another dugout. On my return, nothing more was to be seen of the first one. It had been blown to pieces by a direct hit. I went back to the second and arrived just in time to lend a hand digging it out. In the interval, it had been buried. It is just as much a matter of chance that I am still alive as that I might have been hit. In a bomb-proof dugout, I may be smashed to atoms in the open and in the open may survive 10 hours bombardment unscathed. No soldier outlives 1,000 chances. But every soldier believes in chance and trusts his luck. What else can you do? We must look out for our bread. The rats have become much more numerous lately because the trenches are no longer in good condition. Detering says it is a sure sign of a coming bombardment. The rats here are particularly repulsive. They are so fat, the kind we call corpse rats. They have shocking, evil, naked faces, and it is nauseating to see their long, nude tails. They seem to be mighty hungry. Almost every man has had his bread gnawed. Crop wrapped his in his waterproof sheet and put it under his head, but he cannot sleep because they run over his face to get at it. Detering meant to outwit them. He fastened a thin wire to the roof and suspended his bread from it. During the night, when he switched on his pocket torch, he saw the wires swinging to and fro. On the bread was riding a fat rat. Yes, rats are opportunistic. At last, we put a stop to it. We cannot afford to throw the bread away, because already we have practically nothing left to eat in the morning, so we carefully cut off the bits of the bread that the animals have gnawed. The slices we cut off are heaped together in the middle of the floor. Each man takes out his spade and lies down prepared to strike. Detering, Crop, and Cat hold their pocket lamps ready. After a few minutes, we hear the first shuffling and tugging. It grows. Now the sound of many little feet. Then the torches switch on and every man strikes at the heap, which scatters with a rush. The result is good. We toss the bits of rat over the parapet and lie in wait. And again lie in wait. Several times we repeat the process. At last the beasts get wise to it, or perhaps they have scented the blood. They return no more. Nevertheless, before morning, the remainder of the bread on the floor has been carried off. Yeah, good luck killing rats with your spades. There's probably billions of them. In the adjoining sector, they attacked 2 large cats and a dog, bit them to death and devoured them. Scary. Next day, there is an issue of Edamar cheese. Each man gets almost a quarter of a cheese. In one way, that is all to the good, for Edamar is tasty, but in another way it is vile, because fat red balls have long been a sign of a bad time coming. Our forebodings increase as rum is served out. We drink it, of course, but are not greatly comforted. For days we loaf about to make war on the rats. Ammunition and hand grenades become more plentiful. We even overhaul the bayonets. That is to say, the ones that have a saw on the blunt edge. If the fellows over there catch a man with one of those, he is killed at sight. In the next sector, if the fellows over there catch a man with one of those, he is killed at sight. In the next sector, some of our men were found whose noses were cut off and their eyes poked out with their own saw bayonets. Their mouths and noses were stuffed with sawdust so that they suffocated. They have a real thing against saw blades on their bayonets? Some of the recruits have bayonets of this kind. We take them away and give them the ordinary kind. But the bayonet has practically lost its importance. It is usually the fashion now to charge with bombs and spades only. With bombs and spades only. I never read this when I was in high school. I should have. Oh, hey, Rar. Welcome in, friend. How was your stream tonight? It's a heavy book, but it kind of feels super important. Yep, I'm Sid. Yep, Sid here. How you doing? That's me, I'm Sid. Lots of cult family members. Am I still dead? You killed me off and forget me, didn't you? You forgot all about me. I just know it. Probably in the ground somewhere. Stream's been good. Yeah. Yeah, saw blade one makes wounds that can't be stitched up. Well, yeah, I know. Like that saw blade's gonna rip a wound to pieces. Maybe. That's like a maybe pronounced definitely. I can resurrecting people who I can. Yeah, you're being a very benevolent leader, aren't you? You're trying to do right. I guess that's one way to play. You have, yeah. I wish you the best of luck, friend. I haven't played that game, so I don't know how much of an advantage you gain from being a bit more of a practical, objectively oriented, evil bastard. Yes. But streaming has been good. Yeah, we're going to wrap up after this chapter. We just started it, so we got a little more to go. But yeah, what a book. It's all about perks, you think? Yeah, it's about perks. And there's got to be strategy. Like there's strategies all around it, right? You have your, I think it's you have like a tech tree, and then you have like buffs and stuff with your doctrines, I think you called them. And yeah, you just got to figure it out. You just got to figure it out. Yeah. Anyhow, you should definitely go get a snack or something. Check your blood pressure, and also your glucose. Yes, check your blood pressure too. Why not? Everyone could, it's a good idea to keep on top of that too. You can make sacrifices work really well, but I'm kind of nerfing myself trying to be friendly to everyone. Yeah, I think you are. Should go do your thing, get a drink, friends, settle in. We'll be reading for a little more before we call it a night. You can be mean to you? What? Why would anyone be mean to you, Valena? I don't understand. Nobody mean to you. You feed the cats. Don't ever be mean to someone who feeds cats. It's like a rule. Okay, let's see. Where were we? We're in the trenches. There's a big offensive coming, and the soldiers are getting nervous because they're being fed really well. It's been a few days, and yeah, it says here, for days we loaf about and make war on the rats. Clue got turned into a zombie, immediately killed someone. Yeah, well, that sounds like Clue to me. Yeah, probably. Ammunition and hand grenades become more plentiful. Oh yeah, we skipped that. We went through the bayonet stuff. That's right. So for the new recruits, they take away the sawtooth bayonets and give them the normal ones. Because there's been a little bit of pushback against the brutal ones. Yeah, the bayonet has practically lost its importance. It is usually the fashion now to charge with bombs and spades only. The sharpened spade is a more handy and many-sided weapon. Not only can it be used for jabbing a man under the chin, but it is much better for striking with because of its greater weight. And if one hits between the neck and the shoulder, it easily cleaves as far down as the chest. The bayonet frequently jams on the first thrust, and then a man has to kick hard on the other fellow's belly to pull it out again. And in the interval, he may easily get one himself. And what's more, the blade often gets broken off. At night, they send over gas. We expect the attack to follow and lie with our masks on, ready to tear them off as soon as the first shadow appears. Dawn approaches without anything happening, only the everlasting, nerve-wracking roll behind the enemy lines. Trains, trains, lorries, lorries. But what are they concentrating? Our artillery fires on it continually, but still it does not cease. We have tired faces and avoid each other's eyes. It will be like the Somme, says Kat gloomily. There we were shelled steadily for 7 days and nights. Kat has lost all his fun since we have been here, which is bad, for Kat is an old front hog and can smell what is coming. Only to Jaden seems pleased with the good rations and the rum. He thinks we might even go back to rest without anything happening at all. There's optimism for you. It almost looks like it. Day after day passes. At night I squat in the listening post. Above me the rockets and parachute lights shoot up and float down again. I am cautious and tense, my heart thumps. My eyes turn again and again to the luminous dial of my watch. The hands will not budge. Sleep hangs on my eyelids. I work my toes in my boots in order to keep awake. Nothing happens till I am relieved. Only the everlasting rolling over there. Gradually, we grow calmer and play scat and poker continually. Perhaps we will be lucky. All day, the sky is hung with observation balloons. There is a rumor that the enemy are going to put tanks over and use low-flying planes for the attack. But that interests us less than what we hear of the new flamethrowers. Oh goodness, yeah. We wake up in the middle of the night. The earth booms. Heavy fire is falling on us. We crouch into corners. We distinguish shells of every caliber. Each man lays hold of his things and looks again every minute to reassure himself that they are still here. They are still there. The dugout heaves. The night roars and flashes. We look at each other in momentary flashes of light and with pale faces and pressed lips shake our heads. Every man is aware of the heavy shells tearing down the parapet, rooting up the embankment and demolishing the upper layers of concrete. When a shell lands in the trench, we note how the hollow, furious blast is like a blow from the paw of a raging beast of prey. Already by morning, a few of the recruits are green and vomiting. They are too inexperienced. Slowly, the gray light trickles into the post and pales the flashes of the shells. Morning has come. The explosion of mines mingles with the gunfire. That is the most dementing convolution of all. The whole region where they go up becomes one grave. The reliefs go out. The observers stagger in, covered with dirt and trembling. One lies down in silence in the corner and eats. The other, a reservist reinforcement, sobs. Twice he has been flung over the parapet by the blast of the explosions without getting any more than shell shock. The recruits are eyeing him. We must watch them. These things are catching. Already some lips begin to quiver. It is good that it is growing daylight. Perhaps the attack will come before noon. The bombardment does not diminish. It is falling in the rear, too. As far as one can see, it spouts fountains of mud and iron. A wide belt is being raked. The attack does not come, but the bombardment continues. Slowly we become mute. Hardly a man speaks. We cannot make ourselves understood. Our trench is almost gone. At many places it is only 18 inches high. It is broken by holes and craters and mountains of earth. A shell lands square in front of our post. At once it is dark. We are buried and must dig ourselves out. After an hour, the entrance is clear again, and we are calmer because we have had something to do. Our company commander scrambles in and reports that 2 dugouts are gone. The recruits calm themselves when they see him. He says that an attempt will be made to bring up food this evening. That sounds reassuring. No one had thought of it except to Jaden. Now the outside world seems to draw a little nearer. If food can be brought up, think the recruits, then it can't really be so bad. We do not disabuse them. We know that food is as important as ammunition, and only for that reason must it be brought up. But it miscarries. A second party goes out, and it also turns back. Finally, Cat tries, and even he reappears without accomplishing anything. No one gets through. Not even a fly is small enough to get through such a barrage. We pull in our belts tighter and chew every mouthful 3 times as long. Still, the food does not last out, and we are damnably hungry. I take out a scrap of bread, eat the white, and put the crust back in my knapsack. From time to time, I nibble it. The night is unbearable. We cannot sleep, but stare ahead of us and doze. Jaden regrets that we wasted the gnawed pieces of bread on the rats. We would gladly have them again to eat now. We are short on water too, but not seriously yet. Towards morning, while it is still dark, there is some excitement. Through the entrance rushes a swarm of fleeing rats that try to storm the walls. Torches light up the confusion. Everyone yells and curses and slaughters. The madness and despair of many hours unloads itself in this outburst. Faces are distorted. Arms strike out. The beasts scream. We just stop in time to avoid attacking one another. The onslaught has exhausted us. We lie down to wait again. It is a marvel that our post has had no casualties so far. It is one of the few deep dugouts. A corporal creeps in. He has a loaf of bread with him. 3 people have had the luck to get through during the night and bring some provisions. They say the bombardment extends undiminished as far as the artillery lines. It is a mystery where the enemy gets all his shells. We wait and wait. By midday, what I expected happens. One of the recruits has a fit. I have been watching him for a long time, grinding his teeth and opening and shutting his fists. These hunted, protruding eyes, we know them too well. During the last few hours he has had merely the appearance of calm. He had collapsed like a rotten tree. Now he stands up, stealthily creeps across the floor, hesitates a moment, and then glides towards the door. I intercept him and say, "Where are you going?" "I'll be back in a minute," says he, and tries to push past me. "Wait a bit, the shelling will stop soon." He listens, and for a moment his eye becomes clear. Then again he has the glowering eyes of a mad dog. He is silent and shoves me aside. "1 minute, lad," I say. Cat notices. Just as the recruit shakes me off, Cat jumps in and we hold him. Then he begins to rave. "Leave me alone. Let me go. I will go out." He won't listen to anything and hits out. His mouth is wet and pours out words, half-choked, meaningless words. It is a case of claustrophobia. He feels as though he is suffocating here and wants to get out at any price. If we let him go, he would run about everywhere, regardless of cover. He is not the first. Though he raves and his eyes roll, it can't be helped. We have to give him a hiding to bring him to his senses. We do it quickly and mercilessly, and at last he sits down quietly. The others have turned pale. Let's hope it deters them. This bombardment is too much for the poor devils. They have been sent straight from a recruiting depot into a barrage that is enough to turn an old soldier's hair gray. After this affair, the sticky, close atmosphere works more than ever on our nerves. We sit, as if in our graves, waiting only to be closed in. Suddenly it howls and flashes terrifically. The dugout cracks in all its joints under a direct hit. Fortunately, only a light one that the concrete blocks are able to withstand. It rings metallically, the walls reel, rifles, helmets, earth, mud, and dust fly everywhere. Sulfur fumes pour in. If we were in one of those light dugouts that they have been building lately instead of this deep one, not one of us would now be alive. But the effect is bad enough even so. The recruit starts to rave again, and two others follow suit. One jumps up and rushes out. We have trouble with the other two. I start after the one who escapes and wonder whether to shoot him in the leg. Then it shrieks again. I fling myself down, and when I stand up, the wall of the trench is plastered with smoking splinters, lumps of flesh, and bits of uniform. I scramble back. The first recruit seems actually to have gone insane. He butts his head against the wall like a goat. We must try tonight to take him to the rear. Meanwhile, we bind him, but in such a way that in case of attack he can be released at once. Cat suggests the game of scat. It is easier when a man has something to do, but it is no use. We listen for every explosion that comes close, miscount the tricks, and fail to follow suit. We have to give it up. We sit as though in a hissing boiler that is being belabored from without on all sides. Night again. We are deadened by the strain, a deadly tension that scrapes along one's spine like a gaped knife. Our legs refuse to move. Our hands tremble. Our bodies are a thin skin stretched painfully over repressed madness, over an almost irresistible bursting roar. We have neither flesh nor muscles any longer. We dare not look at one another for fear of some incalculable thing. So we shut our teeth. It will end. It will end. Perhaps we will come through. Suddenly, the nearer explosions cease. The shelling continues, but it has lifted and falls behind us. Our trench is free. We seize the hand grenades, pitch them out in front of the dugout, and jump after them. The bombardment has stopped, and a heavy barrage now falls behind us. The attack has come. No one would believe that in this howling waste there could still be men. But steel helmets now appear on all sides out of the trench, and 50 yards from us the machine gun is already in position and barking. The wire entanglements are torn to pieces, yet they offer some obstacle. We have ads, my fellow listeners. We're going to run them quickly, and we'll get back to the story. We'll be back soon. And we're done the ads. Alright, let's keep reading. There we are. The wire entanglements are torn to pieces, yet they offer some obstacle. We see the storm troops coming. Our artillery opens fire. Machine guns rattle. Rifles crack. The charge works its way across. I and Crop begin with the hand grenades. They throw as fast as they can. Others pass them. The handles with the strings are already pulled. I throws 75 yards, Crop 60. It has been measured. The distance is important. The enemy as they run cannot do much before they are within 40 yards. We recognize the distorted faces, the smooth helmets. They are French. They have already suffered heavily when they reach the remnants of the barbed wire entanglements. A whole line has gone down before our machine guns, and we have a lot of stoppages, and they come nearer. I see one of them, his face upturned, fall into a wire cradle. His body collapses. His hands remain suspended as though he were praying. Then his body drops clean away, and only his hands, with the stumps of his arms, shot off, now hang in the wire. The moment we are about to retreat, 3 faces rise up from the ground in front of us. Under one of the helmets, a dark pointed beard and 2 eyes that are fastened on me. I raise my hand, but I cannot throw into those strange eyes. For one mad moment, the whole slaughter whirls like a circus around me. And these 2 eyes that are alone, motionless, and the head rises up, a hand, a movement, and my hand grenade flies through the air and into him. We make for the rear, pull wire cradles into the trench, and leave bombs behind us with the string pulled, which ensures us a fiery retreat. The machine guns are already firing from the next position. We have become wild beasts. We do not fight. We defend ourselves against annihilation. It is not against men that we fling our bombs. What do we know of men in this moment when death with hands and helmets is hunting us down? Now, for the first time in 3 days, we can see his face. Now, for the first time in 3 days, we can oppose him. We feel a mad anger. No longer do we lie helpless, waiting on the scaffold. We can destroy and kill, to save ourselves and be revenged. We crouch behind every corner, behind every barrier of barbed wire, and hurl heaps of explosives at the feet of the advancing enemy before we run. The blast of the hand grenades impinges powerfully on our arm and legs. Crouching like cats, we run on, overwhelmed by this wave that bears us along, that fills us with ferocity, turning us into thugs, into murderers, into God only knows what devils, this wave that multiplies our strength with fear and madness and greed of life, seeking and fighting for nothing but our deliverance. If your own father came over with them, you would not hesitate to fling a bomb into him. The forward trenches have been abandoned. Are they still trenches? They are blown to pieces, annihilated. There are only broken bits of trenches, holes linked by tracks, nests of craters, that is all. But the enemy's casualties increase. They did not count on so much resistance. It is nearly noon. The sun blazes hotly, the sweat stings in our eyes. We wipe it off on our sleeves, and often blood with it. At last we reach a trench that is in a somewhat better condition. It is manned and ready for the counterattack. It receives us. Our guns open up in full blast and cut off the enemy attack. The lines behind us stop. They can advance no farther. The attack is crushed by our artillery. We watch. The fire lifts 100 yards and we break forward. Beside me, a lance corporal has his head torn off. He runs a few steps more while the blood spouts from his neck like a fountain. It does not come quite to hand fighting. They are driven back. We arrive once again at our shattered trench and pass on beyond it. Oh, this turning back again. We reach the shelter of the reserves and yearn to creep in and disappear, but instead we must turn round and plunge again into the horror. If we were but automata, at that moment we would continue lying there, exhausted and without will. But we are swept forward again, powerless, madly savage and raging. We will kill, for they are still our mortal enemies. Their rifles and bombs are aimed against us. If we don't destroy them, they will destroy us. The brown earth, the torn, blasted earth with a greasy shine under the sun's rays. The earth is the background of this restless, gloomy world of automatons. Our gasping is the scratching of a quill. Our lips are dry. Our heads are debauched with stupor. Thus we stagger forward, and into our pierced and shattered souls bores the torturing image of the brown earth with the greasy sun, and the convulsed and dead soldiers who lie there. It can't be helped. Who cry and clutch at our legs as we spring away over them. We have lost all feeling for one another. We can hardly control ourselves when our hunted glance lights on the We can hardly control ourselves when our hunted glance lights on the form of some other man. We are insensible. Dead men who through some trick, some dreadful magic are still able to run and to kill. A young Frenchman lags behind. He is overtaken. He puts up his hands. In one he still holds his revolver. Does he mean to shoot or to give himself up? A blow from a spade cleaves through his face. A second sees it and tries to run farther. A bayonet jabs into his back. He leaps in the air, his arms thrown wide, his mouth wide open, yelling. He staggers. In his back the bayonet quivers. A third throws away his rifle, cowers down with his hands before his eyes. He is left behind with a few other prisoners to carry off the wounded. Thank you for the follow. Suddenly in the pursuit we reach the enemy line. We are so close on the heels of our retreating enemies that we reach it almost at the same time as they. In this way we suffer few casualties. A machine gun barks, but it is silenced with a bomb. Nevertheless, the couple of seconds has sufficed to give us 5 stomach wounds. With the butt of his rifle, Cat smashes to pulp the face of one of the unwounded machine gunners. We bayonet the others before they have time to get out their bombs. Then thirstily we drink the water they have for cooling the gun. Interesting alternate use, I guess, yeah. Everywhere wire cutters are snapping. Planks are thrown across the entanglements. We jump through the narrow entrances into the trenches. I strikes his spade into the neck of a gigantic Frenchman and throws the first hand grenade. We duck behind the breastwork for a few seconds, and the whole section of trench before us is empty. The next throw whizzes obliquely over the corner and clears a passage. As we run past, we toss handfuls down into the dugouts. The earth shudders. It crashes, dully and stifled. We stumble over slippy lumps of flesh, over yielding bodies. I fall into an open belly on which lies a clean, new officer's cape. The fight ceases. We lose touch with the enemy. We cannot stay here long, but must retire under cover of our artillery to our own position. No sooner do we know this than we dive into the nearest dugouts, and with the utmost haste seize on whatever provisions we can see, especially the tins of corned beef and butter, before we clear out. Priorities. We get back pretty well. There has been no further attack by the enemy. We lie for an hour panting and resting before anyone speaks. We are so completely played out that in spite of our great hunger, we do not think of the provisions. Then gradually, we become something like men again. The corned beef over there is famous along the whole front. Occasionally it has been the chief reason for a flying raid on our part, for our nourishment is generally very bad. We have a constant hunger. We bagged 5 tins altogether. The fellows over there are well looked after. It seems a luxury to us with our hunger pangs. Our turnip jam and meat so scarce that we simply grab at it. I has scored a thin loaf of white French bread and stuck it in behind his belt like a spade. It is a bit bloody at one corner, but that can be cut off. It's a good thing we have something decent to eat at last. We still have a use for all our strength. Enough to eat is just as valuable as a good dugout, It can save our lives. That is the reason we are so greedy for it. Jaden has captured 2 water bottles full of cognac. Yep, we pass them around. The evening benediction begins. Night comes. Out of the craters rise the mists. It looks as though the holes were full of ghostly secrets. The white vapor creeps painfully around before it ventures to steal away over the edge. Then the long streaks stretch from crater to crater. It is chilly. I am on sentry and stare into the darkness. My strength is exhausted, as always after an attack, and so it is hard for me to be alone with my thoughts. They are not properly thoughts. They are memories in which my weakness turned homeward and strangely move me. The parachute lights shoot upwards, and I see a picture, a summer evening. I am in the cathedral cloister and look at the tall rose trees that bloom in the middle of the little cloister garden where the monks lie buried. Around the walls are the stone carvings of the Stations of the Cross. No one is there. A great quietness rules in this blossoming quadrangle. The sun lies warm on the heavy gray stones. I place my hand upon them and feel the warmth. At the right-hand corner, the green cathedral spire ascends into the pale blue sky of the evening. Between the glowing columns of the cloister is the cool darkness that only churches have. And I stand there and wonder whether, when I am 20, I shall have experienced the bewildering emotions of love. The image is alarmingly near. It touches me before it dissolves in the light of the next star shell. I lay hold of my rifle to see that it is in trim. The barrel is wet. I take it in my hand and rub off the moisture with my fingers. Between the meadows, behind our town, there stands a line of old poplars by a stream. They were visible from a great distance, and although they grew on one bank only, we called them the Poplar Avenue. Even as children, we had a great love for them. They drew us vaguely thither. We played truant the whole day by them and listened to their rustling. We sat beneath them on the bank of the stream and let our feet hang over in the bright, swift waters. The pure fragrance of the water and the melody of the wind in the poplars held our fancies. We loved them dearly, and the image of those days still makes my heart pause in its beating. It is strange that all the memories that have come, that come have these 2 qualities. They are always completely calm. That is predominant in them, and even if they are not really calm, they become so. They are soundless apparitions that speak to me, with looks and gestures silently, without any word. And it is the alarm of their silence that forces me to lay hold of my sleeve and my rifle, lest I should abandon myself to the liberation and allurement in which my body would dilate and gently pass away into the still forces that lie behind these things. They are quiet in this way, because quietness is so unattainable for us now. At the front, there is no quietness, and the curse of the front reaches so far that we never pass beyond it. Even in the remote depots and the rest areas, the droning and the muffled noise of the shelling is always in our ears. We are never so far off that it is no more to be heard. But these last few days, it has been unbearable. Their stillness is the reason why these memories of former times do not awaken desire so much as sorrow, a strange, inapprehensible melancholy. Once we had such desires, but they return not. They are past. They belong to another world that has gone from us. In the barracks they call forth a rebellious, wild craving for their return. For then they were still bound to us. We belonged to them and they to us, even though we were already absent from them. They appeared in the soldiers' songs which we sang as we marched between the glow of the dawn and the black silhouettes of the forest to drill on the moor. They were a powerful remembrance that was in us and came from us. But here in the trenches, I'm going to fail that word a lot apparently, they are completely lost to us. They arise no more. We are dead and they stand remote on the horizon. They are an apparition, a mysterious reflection drawing us home that we fear and love without hope. They are strong, and our desire is strong, but they are unattainable and we know it. And even if these scenes of our youth were given back to us, we would hardly know what to do. The tender, secret influence that passed from them into us could not arise again. We long to be in them and to move in them, but we long to remember and to love them and to be stirred by the sight of them. But it would be like gazing at the photograph of a dead comrade. Those are his features, it is his face, and the days we spent together take on a mournful life in the memory, but the man himself it is not. We could never again, as the same beings, take part in those scenes. It was not any recognition of their beauty and their significance that attracted us, but the communion, the feeling of a comradeship with the things and events of our existence, which cut us off and made the world of our parents a thing incomprehensible to us. For then we surrendered ourselves to events and were lost in them. And the least little thing was enough to carry us down the stream of eternity. Perhaps it was only the privilege of our youth, but as yet we recognized no limits and saw nowhere an end. We had that thrill of expectation in the blood which united us with the course of our days. Today we would pass through the scenes of our youth like travelers. We are burnt up by hard facts. Like tradesmen, we understand distinctions, and like butchers, necessities. We are no longer untroubled. We are indifferent. We long to be there, but could we live there? We are forlorn like children and experienced like old men. We are crude and sorrowful and superficial. I believe we are lost. My hands grow cold and my flesh creeps, and yet the night is warm. Only the mist is cold, this mysterious mist that trails the dead before us and sucks from them their last creeping life. By morning they will be pale and green, and their blood congealed and black. Still the parachute rockets shoot up and cast their pitiless light over the stony landscape, which is full of craters and frozen lights like a moon. The blood beneath my skin brings fear and restlessness into my thoughts. They become feeble and tremble. They desire warmth and life. They cannot endure without sympathy and communion. They are disordered before the naked picture of despair. I hear the rattle of the mess tins and immediately feel a strong desire for warm food. It would do me good and comfort me. Painfully I force myself to wait until I am relieved. Then I go into the dugout and find a mug of barley. It is cooked in fat and tastes good. I eat it slowly. I remain quiet, though the others are in a better mood, for the shelling has died down. The days go by, and the incredible hours follow one another as a matter of course. Attacks alternate with counterattacks, and slowly the dead pile up in the field of craters between the trenches. We are able to bring in most of the wounded that do not lie too far off, but many have long to wait, and we listen to them dying. For one of them, we searched 2 days in vain. He must be lying on his belly and unable to turn over. Otherwise, it is hard to understand why we cannot find him. For it is only when a man has his mouth close to the ground that it is impossible to gauge the direction of his cry. He must have been badly hit. One of those nasty wounds. neither so severe that they exhaust the body at once and a man dreams on in a half swoon, nor so light that the man endures the pain in the hope of becoming well again. Cat thinks he has either a broken pelvis or a shot through the spine. His chest cannot have been injured, otherwise he would not have such strength to cry out. And if it were any other kind of wound, it would be possible to see him moving. He grows gradually hoarser. The voice sounds so desperate that it prevails everywhere. The first night, some of our fellows go out 3 times to look for him. But when they think they have located him and crawl across, next time they hear the voice, it seems to come from somewhere else altogether. We search in vain until dawn. We scrutinize the field all day with glasses, but discover nothing. On the second day, the calls are fainter. That will be because his lips and mouth have become dry. Our company commander has promised special leave with 3 days extra to anyone who finds him. That is a powerful inducement, but we would do all that is possible without that, for his cry is terrible. Cat and Crop even go out in the afternoon, and Albert gets the lobe of his ear shot off in consequence. It is to no purpose. They come back without him. It is easy to understand what he cries. At first he called only for help. The second night he must have some delirium. He talks with his wife and his children. We often detect the name Elise. Today he merely weeps. By evening the voice dwindles to a croaking, but it persists still through the whole night. We hear it so distinctly because the wind blows toward our line. In the morning, when we suppose he must already have gone long to his rest, there comes across to us one last gurgling rattle. The days are hot, and the dead lie unburied. We cannot fetch them. We cannot fetch them all in. If we did, we should not know what to do with them. The shells will bury them. Many have their bellies swollen up like balloons. They hiss, belch, and make movements. The gases in them make noises. The sky is blue without clouds. In the evening it grows sultry and the heat rises from the earth. When the wind blows towards us, it brings the smell of blood, which is heavy and sweet. This deathly exhalation from the shell holes seems to be a mixture of chloroform and putrefaction, and fills us with nausea and retching. The nights become quiet, and the hunt for copper driving bands and the silken parachutes of the French star shells begins. Why the driving bands are so desirable no one knows exactly. The collectors merely assert that they are valuable. Some have collected so many that they will stoop under the weight of them when we go back. But at least gives a reason. He intends to give them to his girl to supplement her garters. At this, the Frisians explode with mirth. The Frisians explode with mirth. They slap their knees. By Jove, though, he's a wit is. He's got brains. To Jajan, especially, can hardly contain himself. He takes the largest of the rings in his hand, and every now and then puts his leg through it to show how much slack there is. Aye, man, she must have legs like legs. His thoughts mount somewhat higher. And a behind too she must have, like an elephant. He cannot get over it. I wish I could play hot hand with her once, my hat. Aye, beams, proud that his girl should receive so much appreciation. She's a nice bit, he says with self-satisfaction. The parachutes. The parachutes are turned to a more practical uses. According to the size of the bust, 3, perhaps 4 will make a blouse. Crop and I use them as handkerchiefs. The others send them home. If the women could see at what risk these bits of rags are often obtained, they would be horrified. Cat surprises to Jaden, oh my dear God, Jaden, and endeavoring with perfect equanimity. Oh, good Lord, why does the author suddenly hate me? Equanimity. Nope, I want to know how to... This might be a cancelled word. We might be cancelling out the word. Just say the damn word. Come on. Equanimity. Equanimity. I am never going to remember how to say that word. Here we go. Equanimity. With perfect equanimity to knock the driving band off a dud. If anyone else had tried it, the thing would have exploded. But Jaden always has his luck with him. Yeah, until you don't. One morning, 2 butterflies play in front of our trench. They are brimstone butterflies with red spots on their yellow wings. What can they be looking for here? There is not a plant nor a flower for miles. They settle on the teeth of a skull. The birds too are just as carefree. They have long since accustomed themselves to the war. Every morning, larks ascend from no man's land. A year ago, we watched them nesting. The young ones grew up too. We have a spell from the rats in the trench. They are in no man's land. We know what for. They grow fat. When we see one, we have a crack at it. At night, we hear them rolling behind the enemy lines. All day, we have only the normal shelling, so that we are able to repair the trenches. There is always plenty of amusement. The airmen see to that. There are countless fights for us to watch every day. I guess they're boxing. Battle planes don't trouble us. In the observation planes we hate, but the observation planes we hate like the plague. They put their artillery onto us. A couple of minutes after they appear, shrapnel and high explosives begin to drop on us. We lose 11 men in one day that way, and 5 of them stretcher bearers. 2 are so smashed that Jaden remarks you could scrape them off the wall of the trench with a spoon and bury them in a mess tin. Another has the lower part of his body and his legs torn off. Dead. His chest leans against the side of the trench. His face is lemon yellow. In his beard still burns a cigarette. It glows until it dies out on his lips. Good night, Queen. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. We'll be done soon here, I hope. This chapter is supposed to be not this long. We put the dead in a large shell hole. So far, there are 3 layers, one on top of the other. Suddenly, the shelling begins to pound again. Soon, we are sitting up once more with the rigid tenseness of blank anticipation. Attack, counterattack, charge, repulse. These are words. But what things they signify. We have lost a good many men, mostly recruits. Reinforcements have again been sent up to our sector. It is one of the new regiments, composed of young fellows called up during the last. They have had hardly any training, and are sent into the field with only a theoretical knowledge. They do not know what a hand grenade is, it is true, but they have very little idea of cover. They do know what a hand grenade is, very little idea of cover, and what is most important of all, have no eye for it. A fold in the ground has to be quite 18 inches high before they can see it. Although we need reinforcement, the recruits give us almost more trouble than they are worth. They are helpless in this grim fighting area. They fall like flies. The present method of fighting from posts demands knowledge and experience. A man must have a feeling for the contours of the ground, an ear for the sound and character of the shells, must be able to decide beforehand where they will drop, how they will burst, and how to shelter from them. The young recruits, of course, know none of these things. They get killed simply because they can hardly tell shrapnel from high explosive. They are mown down because they are listening anxiously to the roar of the big coal boxes falling far in the rear and miss the light. The pipping whistle of the low spreading little daisy cutters. They flock together like sheep instead of scattering, and even the wounded are shot down like hares by the airmen. Their pale turn-up faces, their pitiful clenched hands, the miserable courage of these poor devils. The desperate charges and attacks made by these poor, brave devils who are so terrified that they dare not cry out loudly, but with battered chests and torn bellies and arms and legs only whimper softly for their mothers and cease as soon as one looks at them. Their sharp, downy, dead faces have the awful expressionlessness of dead children. It brings a lump into the throat to see how they go over and run and fall. A man would like to spank them. They are so stupid. And to take them by the arm and lead them away from here where they have no business to be. They wear gray coats and trousers and boots, but for most of them the uniform is far too big. It hangs on their limbs. Their shoulders are too narrow, their bodies too slight. No uniform was ever made to these childish measurements. Between 5 and 10 recruits fall to every old hand. A surprise gas attack carries off a lot of them. They have not yet learned what to do. We found one dugout full of them with blue heads and black lips. Some of them in a shell hole took their masks off too soon. They did not know that the gas lies longest in the hollows. When they saw others on top without masks, they pulled theirs off too and swallowed enough to scorch their lungs. Their condition is hopeless. They choke to death with hemorrhages and suffocation. In one part of the trench, I suddenly ran into Himmelstoss. We dive into the same dugout. Breathless, we are all lying, one beside the other, waiting for the charge. When we run out again, although I am very excited, I suddenly think, where's Himmelstoss? Quickly, I jump back into the dugout and find him with a small scratch lying in a corner pretending to be wounded. His face looks sullen. He's in a panic. He is new to it too, but it makes me mad that the young recruit should be out there and he here. Get out, I spit. He does not stir. His lips quiver, his mustache twitches. Out, I repeat. He draws up his legs, crouches back against the wall, and shows his teeth like a cur. I seize him by the arm and try to pull him up. He barks. That's too much for me. I grab him by the neck and shake him like a sack. His head jerks from side to side. You lump. You will get out, you hound, you skunk. Sneak out of it, would you? His eye becomes glassy. I knocked his head against the wall. You cow. I kicked him in the ribs. You swine. I pushed him toward the door and shoved him out head first. Another wave of our attack has just come. A lieutenant is with them. He sees us and yells, Forward, forward, join in, follow. And the word of command does what all my banging could not. Himmelstoss hears the order, looks round him as if awakened and follows on. I come after and watch him go over. Once more he is the smart Himmelstoss of the parade ground. He has even outstripped the lieutenant and is far ahead. Bombardment, barrage, curtain fire, mines, gas, tanks, machine guns, hand grenades. Words, words, but they hold the horror of the world. Our faces are encrusted, our thoughts are devastated. We are weary to death. When the attack comes, we shall have to strike many of the men with our fists to waken them and make them come with us. Our eyes are burnt, our hands are torn, our knees bleed, our elbows are raw. How long has it been? Weeks, months, years, only days. We see time pass in the colorless faces of the dying. We cram food into us, we run, we throw, we shoot, we kill, we lie about. We are feeble and spent, and nothing supports us but the knowledge that we are still feebler, still more spent, still more helpless ones there who, with staring eyes, look upon us as gods that escaped death many times. In the few hours of rest we teach them. There, see that waggle top? That's a mortar coming. Keep down. It will go clean over, but if it comes this way, then run for it. You can run from a mortar. We sharpen their ears to the malicious, hardly audible buzz of the smaller shells that are not so easily distinguished. They must pick them out from the general din by their insect-like hum. We explain to them that these are far more dangerous than the big ones that can be heard long beforehand. We show them how to take cover from aircraft, how to simulate a dead man when one is overrun in an attack, how to time hand grenades so that they explode half a second before hitting the ground. We teach them to fling themselves into holes as quick as lightning before the shells with instantaneous fuses. We show them how to clean up a trench with a handful of bombs. We explain the difference between the fuse length of the enemy bombs and our own. We put them wise to the sound of gas shells. Show them all the tricks that can save them from death. They listen. They are docile. But when it begins again, in their excitement, they do everything wrong. Westhus drags off with a great wound in his back, through which the lung pulses at every breath. I can only press his hand. It's all up, Paul. He groans and bites his arm because of the pain. We see men living with their skulls blown open. We see soldiers run with their 2 feet cut off. They stagger on their splintered stumps into the next shell hole. A lance corporal crawls a mile and a half on his hands, dragging his smashed knee after him. Another goes to the dressing station, and over his collapsed hands bulge his intestines. We see men without mouths, without jaws, without faces. We find one man who has held the artery of his arm in his teeth for 2 hours in order not to bleed to death. The sun goes down, night comes. The shells whine, life is at an end. Still, the little piece of convulsed earth in which we lie is held. We have yielded no more than a few 100 yards of it as a prize to the enemy, but on every yard there lies a dead man. We have been relieved. The wheels roll beneath us. We stand dully, and when the call, mind, wire comes, we bend our knees. It was summer when we came up. The trees were still green, and now it is autumn, and the night is gray and wet. The lorries stop. We climb out, a confused heap, a remnant of many names. On either side stand people, dark, calling out the numbers of the regiments, the companies. And at each call a little group separates itself off. A small handful of dirty, pallid soldiers, a dreadfully small handful, and a dreadfully small remnant. Now someone is calling the number of our company. It is, yes, the company commander. He has got 1-2. His arm is in a sling. We go over to him, and I recognize Kat and Albert. We stand together, lean against each other, and look at one another. And we hear the number of our company called again and again. He will call a long time. They do not hear him in the hospitals and shell holes. Once again, 2nd company, this way. And then more softly, nobody else in 2nd company. He is silent. And then huskily he says, "Is that all?" And gives the order. Number. The morning is gray. It was still summer when we came up, and we were 150 strong. Now we freeze. It is autumn. The leaves rustle. The voices flutter out wearily. 1, 2, 3, 4, and cease at 32. And there is a long silence before the voice asks, "Anyone else?" and waits, and then says softly, "In squads." and then breaks off and is only able to finish. Second company with difficulty. Second company, march easy. A line. A short line trudges off into the morning. 32 men. And I'm sorry, finally we are done for the night. That was the end of chapter 6. That's a dark place to finish, but it's a heavy story. We're also quite late, 10:36. I'm sorry about that. I thought the chapter wasn't going to be so long. Oh, you're welcome, Rar. I hope it was... I guess it's not a nice story. I guess we shouldn't enjoy it. But I hope we can all take something from it. Yeah. Thank you, Valena. Thank you, Clue. I'm going to try to find someone to read, as we usually do. Thank you, Rar. My voice is getting a little better as the night goes on. I swear this lemon water is fucking peak. Yeah. To speak respectfully. Oh, man. It's like 1 teaspoon of lemon concentrate to a whole pint of water. And it's just, I just sip it throughout the night. Yeah, win lemon water. I am expert now. Let's find someone in the same category to read. You too, Clue. Thank you very much. Oh, let's see. Random Monday stream, Halo, and maybe more. Are you playing Halo, or are you like... What are you playing? If she's playing Halo. Oh, she's writing. Maybe, like, I think a lot of people do writing instead of just reading. Typing stream because I wanna... Rewrite and rewrote, editing, stage plays, like brainstorm, doodles, and reading from the Grimm's fairy tales. Oh, let's try this one. Okay. Here we go. We're going to raid a person we've never raided before. It looks like... I have no idea. Anyhow, here we go. Cool. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me read tonight. It's always a pleasure. Let's go. Yes, please. Raid time. There we go. Before we leave, please return your reading material to the bookshelves and be kind to one another.